Watch out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go on another great Saturday. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff for the next 5 hours. And, man, it is Derby Day. We got Game 7s all over the place. We got some new items for the list. I think Austin will enjoy my list item. It comes from my trip in Pittsburgh at the draft last week. It's good to be back. I appreciate everybody hanging out with us. I'm bummed out I did not get to do the draft show with you guys, but I had the worst flight path back from Pittsburgh. Let me tell you, this idiot decided to book his flight. Now, we were under some constraints. It was through the company. However, I must say, a flight from Pittsburgh 3 hours south to Fort Myers and another 3 hours to Kansas City did not make any sense, but that was our flight path last Saturday and why I was not on the show.
Oh, man. If you would have gone back a day later, we could have high-fived at the Fort Myers airport.
Were you there?
Because I brought the show to Naples last week and did the show from there. So, yeah, and that's why I look a little more tan than I've been in previous shows. Good. I survived the Chicago winter, and I came out white as Casper, and now here I am, a little bit tanner than Casper.
Yes, and if you're watching the show, which you should as well on YouTube, by the way, YouTube, search BetMGM tonight, or on Twitch. Yes, I look even paler now thanks to Austin, so I appreciate that. You guys can always interact with us as well. Don't forget about that. At Austin Huff, at Alex Gold over on X, at Alex KC Gold, at Austin Huff over on Instagram as well. But, man, we got to get right into some of these playoff games that happened last night, and it sets up, of course, some Game 7s. We'll get to a Game 7 tonight with Boston and Philly. But for starters, we had a group thread going, I know, from everybody here on the show and our guys producing and behind the scenes and everything about that Magic Pistons game. And I must say, you were way too confident during that game, and it absolutely backfired on you. You guys have to understand, Austin was already talking about doing some special things around the Magic win. And, of course, we all know the Magic got outscored 31-8 in the fourth quarter. 55-19 in the second half, and we now have a Game 7 back in Detroit. And I'll tell you what, the Magic are absolutely screwed now. Detroit's not losing Game 7 after that comeback.
Okay, first of all right, we don't need that type of energy to kick off a 5-hour show here on Westwood One Sports. So while you were out last week, your Kansas City colleague Carrington Harrison filled in.
Yeah,
and we were legitimately looking up jerseys, like prices to buy an Orlando Magic jersey, because I have said before the playoffs began, if the Magic somehow get out of round one, I am going all in on the Magic. I am going to become the biggest Magic fan since Kevin Clark. That's really the only Magic fan I can think of. But I am going all in. And yes, look, did they suffer last night? Yeah. Did they have a massive lead, like a 20-point lead at halftime, and blow it last night? Did it kind of feel like just like a slow burn, like someone falling in quicksand? Like the harder they tried to get out of the quicksand, the deeper they sank? Yes, it did. Which is why I don't understand why we're starting the show talking about Magic Pistons and not UFL Week 6. We got a barn burner slate today, dude. We got the Dallas Renegades going to D.C. They're bringing back the Cup Snake. I just saw that they're going to do a booth from the Cup Snake center, like where the Cup Snake starts, which is a great tradition in the UFL. And look, DC Defenders, they're top the standings of the UFL. They're 4-1 to start the year, so we got some good UFL action to play. We could have easily started with that.
Did you just say one of the great traditions? Tradition as in there's something long-standing in the UFL already?
The Cup Snake.
Okay.
The Cup Snake goes all the way back. Yes, the Cup Snake goes all the way back to our when our grandparents were watching UFL, back when it was still called the XFL, back to 2020 it dates, when the DC Defenders fans started the Cup Snake, and it's been a great tradition ever since. You really got to get in on the UFL. It
good
helps
news
pass
for you
the time
is
until actual football.
The Magic are not going to, force you to buy a Magic jersey because I think they're losing this series now. So you can take that money, Go and buy a Defenders jersey if you want. Go buy a new one. Buy some XFL/UFL gear. I don't think you're going to have to buy a Magic jersey because legitimately, man, that's something to me you don't come back from. The Magic, you had to wrap that thing up last night. The Pistons' comeback was the largest by a road team facing elimination in 40 years, according to the NBA. And Game 7's in Detroit. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. The series is over.
No, see, you can't say Game 7's in Detroit because the Magic have won in Detroit during this series. I believe they won Game 1 in Detroit.
They did.
So
they
it
did.
is, look, if anything, they're going to get their heads screwed on straight. Listen, I've been to Orlando. I'm going to Orlando later this year with my 2 little girls. Do you realize how many distractions there are in Orlando? Of course they're not going to play focused, okay? They've got Walt Disney World, Islands of Adventure. They've got literally Ripley's Believe It or Not in Orlando. Like, how can you focus when those games are at home? They're going to go to Detroit. They're going to lock in, and they're going to take this series in 7 games, and they are going to shock the world as the 8th seed. And I am going to have to find an excuse to tell my wife as to why I bought an Orlando Magic jersey when I haven't been a Magic fan since Anthony Hardaway was on the roster.
I'm just telling you, man, this particular series is toast. You know, test track distractions at Epcot or not, it's over. I don't care.
You go to Pittsburgh for 1 weekend and you come back with all this negativity and you come back with all this doubt
I was ready.
and dread.
I was upset I wasn't on the show last week. I was ready to address this situation. I heard about what you said on the show last week about the Orlando Magic and the jersey and everything, and I was ready for it. You were very confident in our group text last night with everybody on the show. You were talking about that. Meanwhile, we've got we've got Max and others and Grant excited about the Buffalo Sabres, and you're trying to kill their vibe because of your Orlando Magic hate or Piston hate, I should say. So let's focus on the positive. We can talk some NHL later too if you want.
No, yeah, I would love to talk some puck later, but yes, yeah, okay. I said last night while they were up by like 24 points, I was like, we need a segment on the air tomorrow for me to buy a jersey live on the air. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, I love that. It's cool. Then all of a sudden, the texts start flowing in. You know, the Magic were 23 minutes away from closing out this series. They were up 62-38 with 11-11 left in the third quarter, and then Detroit goes on a 42-10 run. And honestly, that Detroit team, they look like that. Watching that game was like watching the Blair Witch Project. Something bad was going to happen, and it just played out very slowly. And sure enough, at the end, it as a Magic fan or a soon-to-be Magic fan, it terrified me. And I know, look, Blair Witch Project, that's a very dated reference, but that's probably because the Pistons look like a dated reference. They look like the 2004 Pistons. I thought I was watching Rip Hamilton, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace out there. I thought Tayshaun Prince was coming off the bench last night. Like, that's the way this Pistons team played. Like, everything went right for the Pistons in that second half. But to win Game 7, even though I know they are the 1 seed and they've played an incredible season, in this series, they have not been the better team. And they have to play that perfect like they did in Game 6 for them to get out of this series.
No, I agree. I mean, this is a series Magic have been the better team. I just think a lot of times we see, and we can look at the betting lines in a second for this Game 7 that we're going to get coming up tomorrow. But I just think when you have such a devastating loss, when you, as you said, you're that close to advancing, I just don't know if you recover from that, especially considering, let's not forget, this particular series was already trending towards a historical finish, meaning, we're talking about a top seed and an 8 seed here, and it just, this was not a series that all that many people thought would be competitive, let alone the Magic in position to win. I think it's one of those wake-up calls for the Detroit Pistons that their season was about to be over at halftime, as you said, and then Cade Cunningham ends up putting up 32 points, and their defense is locked down. And yes, some shots were missed, to say the least, from the Orlando Magic. But now, you know how nuts that building is going to be? A Little Caesars Arena coming up there, the historical Little Caesars Arena. It's going to be rocking there against the Orlando Magic. I look, Detroit is an 8.5-point favorite against Orlando. Maybe you think Orlando can cover, but I actually kind of lean towards the Magic winning comfortably here in Game 7. I really think that took everything out of Orlando because that's so devastating and crushing to lose in that fashion.
See, there it is. That's what I need. That's what I need, the little spark of positivity back. I need my old Alex back. That is what I'm looking for. And you know what? Credit to us. This is why I love this show. Is because, we could have started the show off by talking about the thriller at Raptors Cavs last night with the buzzer beater in overtime. We could have talked about LeBron James just doing ungodly things at the age of 41, like making my knees hurt just watching him play at the level that he's been playing at, dropping 28 points in a closeout series game. But no, we're talking about the quote unquote NBA TV game. We're talking about the game that was hidden on what channel was it? It was like NBC
Prime.
Sports Network. Yeah, like it was like literally like it was the 1 p.m. tip-off game when the NBA playoffs first started. And like that's where the NBA buries like the series that they're least excited about. Not here. Not here at BetMGM Game Day. We are jacked for this series, and I think it's been one of the better series that we've gotten in the playoffs so far. Like it has been kind of back and forth. You don't know what you're going to get, and the fact that the Magic are even hanging with the one-seeded Pistons has been great theater just in general.
Oh, I mean, look, this opening round has been phenomenal across the board. You're right. I mean, across the board, it's been incredible. I don't know if the bosses like us leading with the Magic and the Pistons, but here we are. We will get to the Lakers in just a second. But I do want to get back to this game later on in the show, though, because I do want to get some bets in and how we think this game is going to play out. I think you know where I'm at clearly on Detroit. I think they're going to win comfortably. Sounds like you're not willing to quit your Orlando Magic yet. So we'll take a look at Game 7 later on. But as I said, I mean, this was a sensational, it has been, I should say, a sensational opening round. How about the Raptors in overtime? RJ Barrett. I mean, that was, I think Halliburton even said out a tweet. He's like, well, that looked familiar. I mean, it was an all-time moment and maybe the best moment of this postseason so far. RJ Barrett's shot to send this to a Game 7. Series tied, of course, now. Raptors, Cavs, a 112-110 Raptors win to get it to a Game 7. And this was a series I remember 2 Saturdays ago or whatever it was when we were talking about this series opening up. This was actually the first game of the playoffs. I remember we were on the air doing the show, and this one was starting out. And I think it was the first game, and we were discussing how we thought the series would go. I thought this would be a closer series than people believed, but I never thought we were getting it to a Game 7. I know we had a guest on that joked like, hey, if you say the team's going to win in 5, you're just not confident enough you're afraid to sweep. I think we both thought this was going to be done in 5, maybe 6 if you really wanted to push it. But what was concerning, I think, for Cleveland is Donovan Mitchell should be the best player in this series. I mean, overall the season, he is the best player, but he's not been the best player in this series. And they will need Donovan Mitchell to be the best player on the court in Game 7. Otherwise, we're going to be talking about an upset here with Toronto.
Yeah, we talked about with the Pistons, everything having to go right for them, to make that comeback and to pull off that win against the Magic last night. Talk about things going right. Everything fell perfectly for the Raptors. RJ Barrett, obviously the 29-footer to win the game. That capped off a 24-point night. That shot, correct me if I'm wrong, but that shot with the way it bounced off the back iron, did it not give shades of Kawhi Leonard against the Sixers from a number of years ago? Like that's all I was thinking in my head when I saw that ball bounce up straight in the air. And then I was like, oh, it's going to go in. It's going to fall back in. But so RJ Barrett goes off 24. You get Scotty Barnes shooting 52% and scoring 25 points. And Jacoby Walter, another 24 points. Like you're getting, 75 points just out of, your top 3 scorers alone. And 2 of those guys shot over 50% for the game. So like the Raptors did what the Raptors needed to do, especially with Brandon Ingram being out, and obviously they've been without quickly for the entire series. But I feel like the Raptors needed that, and now, like, I don't know what's going to happen in a Game 7 between these two, but I do know who has more pressure on them. And that's the Cleveland Cavaliers. Doubt. We talked about it with James Harden, right? Like this is quintessential James Harden playoff stuff, right? Like where it's like whatever team he's on. And I'm not saying this is James Harden's fault, but it fits the narrative of James Harden. Whenever he's on a team, it always seems like they get pushed to elimination and then they're never able to close it out. I'm not saying that the same thing's going to happen with the Cavs, but it's just going according to the script so far. And I think if I'm the Cavs, I'm sweating this game way more than I am the Raptors, even though the game's going back to Cleveland.
No, I'm with you on just the pressure aspect of the series now, and what was expected going into this thing. The Raptors are playing with a bit of house money, I would say, certainly going to Game 7, especially after you need a shot like R.J. Barrett hit to send it to get the win and send it to a Game 7. On top of that, look, the James Harden narrative, I think we opened this thing up talking about individual players who had the most to prove. And I think clearly that was James Harden. Not that he's not going to be in the Hall of Fame. He's going to no matter what happens, but he is trying to avoid just ending it like Chris Paul did, which was, of course, coming up short. And the track record in the postseason has not been good, to say the least, for James Harden. And I got bad news for our producer, Zach, man. We were giving him a hard time 2 weeks ago about betting on them, I think, to I don't know if it was to win the finals or just to cut down to get to the finals, and win the Eastern Conference, and now they may not even get out of the opening round. But I will say this, they're an 8.5-point favorite against Toronto coming up in Game 7. I actually do think they'll get out of this series ultimately. I feel more confident that the Cavs can bounce back after a Game 6 loss than I do that the Orlando Magic can, right? Because it's reversed here. We're talking about the better team, in this case, losing versus the Magic, who had all the control in that particular series. So I think Toronto would be all right and end up winning. Cleveland will be all right and end up winning as they're 7.5 up to 8.5-point favorites at a couple books right now.
Yeah, they should. And you talked about Donovan Mitchell. Obviously, he's the second leading scorer for the Cavs last night. But, one of the stats that I love that the NBA has added is really like a stat that you used to see that you saw primarily in hockey, but the plus minus. And Donovan Mitchell was -4 last night. And
yeah, he's got to be better.
That's not. He's got to be better. Going back to I'll give some props, even though I was kind of clowning the narrative around him. James Harden, he was plus 11 on the court last night, so he's doing essentially what it takes at both ends. But yeah, you're right. Donovan Mitchell needs to step up if they're going to want to stave off elimination in Game 7. I do like the fact that it'll be back in Cleveland. That place will be rocking, and yeah, it's been a really good series, and it really has been a first round for the ages. Like we got a Game 7 tonight with the Celtics and Sixers, which I didn't think that series was even going to go past 5 games, and here we are with the 7th game tonight. So I just all around the NBA playoffs have been delivering this year, and it has been so much fun to watch.
First time since 2014 that the opening round is going to have 3 Game 7s. And as you said, tonight we get Celtics, Sixers up next. Let's talk about that game. Let's also discuss what LeBron was able to pull off in the opening round without Luka and company there. They got it done against the Rockets yesterday, and now it sets up a date with the Oklahoma City Thunder on Tuesday night where they will be significant underdogs. But what's the latest on the injury status? We'll get into all that coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Philadelphia is going to hold the Celtics, the number 2 rated offense in the league, to under 100 in back-to-back games. And it always had to be this way. Game 7, 76ers and Celtics on Saturday in Boston. Philly extends the season with a 106-93 win.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
That was Game 6 over on Prime. Of course, the final call there, Celtics-Sixers. It all sets up for Game 7 tonight with Boston and Philly. Remember, this was a Boston team that was up 3-1 in the series. They have been outscored 219 to 190, though, in the last 2 games. We'll talk about this series in just a second. Don't forget, this segment on Westwood One Sports is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Don't forget, you can chime into the show at 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910, and watch the show over on YouTube and Twitch as well, plus SiriusXM channel 375. Before we get to Game 7 tonight, how about a series that did wrap up yesterday? That was the Rockets and the Lakers series. LeBron and company getting it done pretty comfortably last night, to say the least. A 20-point win there against the Houston Rockets. And we wondered in this series, would LeBron wear down as it went on, right? I think we talked the last time I was on the show with you that, in Game 1, I thought was their best opportunity. I really liked to bet on the Lakers in Game 1. Ultimately, they took that early lead, and then they had dropped a couple in this series. They were able to stabilize, recover, and they set themselves up with a matchup against the Thunder where they are huge underdogs. In fact, I think I saw the line this morning for Game 1. We don't know if Luka's going to play and everything anyway, but right now it's up to 15.5 points. I believe the Thunder are favorites in Game 1 against LeBron. Look, I think this was a crucial series win, as odd as it might sound for LeBron's legacy. I know it sounds ridiculous, but you know how people like to judge the greatest of all time when we're talking about that kind of conversation. Every little thing is scrutinized, and I think it was big for LeBron to get out of the opening round when he did not have Luka by his side, and to do it at his age, to do it as impressively as he did yesterday in particular. 28 points on 10 of 25 shooting, 8 assists, 7 boards. I thought that was just big for people that were ready to pounce and say, oh, man, he couldn't even get out of the opening round. I think this was big for the narrative heading into the offseason, even if they end up getting swept or lose badly in this next series against the Thunder.
Yeah, in the words of one of the great American philosophers, which is essentially just that little kid from Vine, LeBron James. What LeBron James is doing cannot be overstated enough. But there's a problem with us in America, and I'll fall victim to it too. We've become so numb to the greatness of LeBron James. We take it for granted, and I equate it to someone who posts to social media too much, right? And look, hello, I'm one of those people. But no matter how good the content is for the people, if they're posting too much, it becomes oversaturated, and you just start to drown it out, right? Your engagement goes down, people are not watching as much. And for 23 years, we have been force-fed stats of LeBron James' greatness. This year alone, he's the all-time leading scorer in the sport. 5,100 players in the NBA all-time, and he leads all of them in all-time scoring. Only 12 of every player that has played in the NBA, only 12 have had 20 seasons or more. LeBron's played 23. The other day against the Rockets, he recorded his 500th steal in the playoffs. That's 105 more than Scottie Pippen, who is the next closest player on that list. LeBron James became the oldest player in NBA history to lead all players in a playoff series in total points scored. He's 41 years old. He's essentially the content that he has been posting has been incredible, but because we've seen it for far too long, we scroll right past it. And I think it's just time that I cannot harp on this enough. LeBron James is doing incredible things at the age of 41 that most guys in their careers couldn't do at 21. And I think it's time that we all just have to put our whatever disdain or hatred you have for LeBron. If you are an MJ till I die guy, that's fine. but just enjoy what we've got of LeBron before it is gone, because it is truly remarkable. And the fact that he was able to close out the Rockets in 6 games, leading the way too, don't underestimate that fact. He led the Lakers to this series win without Luka, and for most of the time without Austin Reeves. LeBron James is doing incredible things, and it cannot be overstated enough. Don't scroll right past it. Give it a like, comment, rate, review, and subscribe to LeBron James.
This is what he had to do in the series too, right? I mean, when we discussed it, he had to be the 34-year-old version of LeBron James and go out there and dominate a series, and that is exactly what he ultimately did in the series against the Houston Rockets. Now, my only thing I will say, bigger picture, after the acknowledgement of what he just accomplished, is I think he's completely gassed, though, heading into this next series. And I think they're in big-time trouble against the Thunder for a variety of reasons. One, the Thunder are incredible.
Well,
they're the defending champs and everything. Even if Luka was back for this series, the odds are heavily against the Lakers. But you can see, if you're watching on YouTube, the odds over at BetMGM. And I think this opened up at 13.5. It's up to 15.5 in game one. Now, you might feel like that's a ton of points to give LeBron James, but I do think the Lakers are taxed heading in. Yes, they play Friday. They'll have Saturday, Sunday, Monday off, because I believe this game is Tuesday night, if I'm not mistaken. I know the lower third, I think, says it's tonight, but it's not. But it'll be on Tuesday night. So they've got a couple days off. That still is really concerning for me about the Lakers' chances to be competitive in this series.
Well, they did what? They squared off, I think, 4 times in the regular season, and
Yeah.
the Thunder beat them by an average of 22 points. Now, if they do get Luka back, which is it would be his first game back since they played the Thunder back in April 2nd, I want to say. If he comes back, let's not forget when he left how much the Lakers were rolling when Luka was in, because they figured out what they were supposed to be. The Lakers figured out how this like marriage between Austin Reeves, Luka Doncic, and LeBron James was supposed to work. And LeBron took a backseat, let Austin and Luka drive the way, and they really started to roll. They were hot there especially the last third of the season. And then Luka gets hurt, and you're starting to wonder, well, shoot, they're not even going to advance in the playoffs now. Well, here they are. They advanced, and they've got the Thunder. The Thunder are the Thunder, man. They're good. They're going to be tough to beat. I don't know if they're going to get Luka back. Have we heard anything? What's the latest on
I believe the ESPN
returns?
I believe there was an ESPN report saying he's not expected to return for the series.
Okay, so that's brutal, because you're right. Like, look, and maybe this is just written in the stars. Maybe this is like we are supposed to say, yeah, well, LeBron did it for a series. He won't be able to do it for a second series. Maybe he finds some gas at the bottom of that tank that he has, but
yeah, man,
just like
I don't
knowing
know.
what we know and knowing what we know with Father Time and with age, like you have to think like, yeah, like it. I don't think we're wrong to think that like, can he continue it for another series? But if anyone's going to do it, it would be LeBron James.
It would be LeBron. And look, I'm going to be there watching it because, as you said, I do want to watch the final year or so that we got left, maybe. I think we all think he'll end up playing somewhere else next year, and that might be his farewell tour, even if he reportedly doesn't want a farewell tour or whatever. But look, when you're thinking about when you're thinking about this series, this is not a flawed Thunder team. They were able to do it against the Rockets, and again, LeBron should get all the credit in the world for that. But that was a flawed Houston Rockets team, to say the least. And Kevin Durant was out. Heck, they played better without
and
Kevin
KD
Durant
was out.
at times.
Yeah.
They played better.
They
without
really
KD,
did.
You know?
Yeah, that was weird. It was like the games that KD was in, they would lose, and then I mean, it was probably better that KD sat for as much as he did in that series.
In the series, maybe the Lakers would have wrapped it up on Wednesday night if LeBron wouldn't have, nudged Reed Shepherd and motivated him the final couple minutes, whatever that was, on the final two possessions that got him all fired up. Otherwise, that game I thought was going to be a wrap, and the Lakers were going to come back. But I don't think, I'll be honest, man, I would love to sit here and tell you that I think LeBron's going to carry the Lakers and make it competitive against the Thunder. I think we should enjoy what we just saw, give him his praise against the Rockets. I think reality will set in, though. They're going to face a team that is clearly better than them, and they're shorthanded, and the 41-year-old just had a grueling series against the Rockets that went 6. It sets up for it to be an ugly couple of games, I think, especially game 1 there against the Thunder, and where I would be tempted, even at 15.5 points. I have not made the bet yet, but I think if I had to right this second, I would take the Thunder minus 15.5. I'd lay the points.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, they won on average of 22 points in all 4 of their regular season meetings. So, and the Thunder are good. The Thunder are, and that's not a knock at the Lakers. I think the Lakers have played really well this year, and I think they've played above their skis, especially in round 1. But yeah, the Thunder are just, they're a force, and I think I'm pretty sure, especially now that the Nuggets are out. I'm pretty sure we've all got the Thunder penciled in for, or really sharpied in for the NBA Finals to represent the Western Conference. Wrong?
I don't know if I would say that. I mean, whether or not do you believe in the Spurs? Do you believe in, if this? I think we're all trending towards a Spurs Thunder Western Conference final, and I think that would be absolutely sensational to see. But I don't know if I'll lock in the Thunder yet. I typically look at the way the postseason goes. Usually the Spurs are a team, you take the big leap this year, you come up short, and then we're talking next year about it being their time to actually represent the West. But if we get Wemby and the Spurs healthy heading into a Thunder series, I think that's going to be must watch, man.
You know what's funny is I was thinking about this earlier this week, but do you remember back during the Spurs run with Tim Duncan, the tail end of David Robinson, when they were, just winning title after title with Greg Popovich, and they were a killer for TV ratings. Like the NBA, like they didn't hate the fact that the Spurs were in it, but like when it came to ratings, whenever they were in the finals, like for the most part, most series did not rate well. Especially I think did they have one year where they like beat the Nets in the finals? But this year, I feel like the Spurs have been must-watch TV for me. Like it's been appointment television for me to get in front of a TV to watch the Spurs, and it's all simply because I want to watch Wemby. I want to watch that alien do his thing. Like it's remarkable to see someone that big. And I know this reference has been thrown around a ton, but he legitimately is like an NBA 2K creative player where you just set the height as high as you can, you make him as skinny as possible, and you make it like his ball handling incredible. Like it's just, we're watching something with him that we have like never seen on a basketball court before, which is wild to say after, hundreds of years since Dr. Naismith invented this sport way back in the day. So it's been Wemby number 1 and then LeBron James number 2 for like my must watch players to follow in the playoffs this year.
A game that is must-watch, Game 7 tonight. We'll get to that. We ran a little late there, of course, talking about the Lakers. We will get back in, I promise, to the Celtics and the Sixers Game 7 tonight, which will be at 6:30 Eastern Time. And Philadelphia trying to make some history to become only the 14th team in NBA playoff history to come back from a 3-1 deficit. Up next, though, we have a couple new items to add to the list right here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds over at BetMGM. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM, and we will get back into the postseason, including a couple Game 7s coming up. One tonight, as we've mentioned, with Boston and Philly. Tomorrow we get the Pistons and the Orlando Magic as well. We'll continue to go through this postseason track record moving forward for each of these teams. The Raptors and Cavs, that's at 7:30 Eastern time tomorrow night as well. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. As always, you can chime in 310-840-4910. The text line, call-in line, 310-840-4910. You can also watch the show over on YouTube and Twitch. And appreciate those listening on the Odyssey app or our affiliates across the country or over on SiriusXM channel 375. I got to know what you guys added to the list. You got to fill me in. Last week I was not here, so let's get to the list, something that's been bugging us, sports or non-sports. It looks like, what did you add? Were you still complaining about novelty popcorn after BetMGM announced their novelty popcorn bucket? What did you add last week?
Last week I officially added was last week when I added mock draft guy? Were you here for that, or was that with Karen?
I was here for the mock drafts. You were hating on all the mock drafts. Yeah.
Oh, no, you know what? I didn't even add anything to mock draft or to the list last week because Carrington added like 2 or 3 things.
CDOT, okay.
Most of which he added when when your wife or girlfriend lets you choose the restaurant, but then she keeps turning down the options that you choose. Like that is, which I thought, I'm like, why has that not been on the list already? Like that is a great addition to the list.
That is true. That is phenomenal. All right, so I've got one for you. We'll see where you're at on this. It's more about the story in this individual person than it is a overall category of things. But somebody else has been there. So I was in Pittsburgh, as you guys know, for the draft last week, and our coverage finally wrapped up on Friday. You know, I for those that don't know, I do local radio in Kansas City, so we were there covering the Chiefs draft, and their last pick Friday was pick 40. So they were done pretty early on Friday in the second round. And so once we wrapped up some stuff, my co-host and I, we left, and we were able to finally go out to a bar. Well, my co-host's cousin one of his cousins lives in Pittsburgh. Now, I'm 35 years old, okay? His cousin is like 22. So, of course, she suggests a bar that the minute we walk in, I felt so damn old, man. It wasn't a college bar, but it was definitely a like right out of college bar, you know, like where it's 22 to 26, I would say. So whatever.
A bunch of pros, young professionals.
Yeah, so we felt old. We had a good time, though. Anyway, that's not even what I'm adding to the list, the bar suggestion when you shouldn't be there too young. But it was the fact that towards, I don't know, it's not even that late. It's midnight maybe. LeBron in the Rockets game with the Lakers had just wrapped up. Oddly enough, the Pittsburgh crowd was rooting for LeBron, but I guess that makes sense. We're not far from Ohio, so maybe that's what it was. They were definitely not rooting for the Rockets. Well, anyway, out of nowhere, I wasn't making eye contact across the bar with this woman or anything. Out of nowhere, and trust, this has not happened very often to me, okay? So this is not me. This is not
here we go.
Trying to say this, okay? No.
Here we go.
She walks over randomly and says, "Oh, hey, how's it going? Are you, and she goes, what's your name?" I said, Alex or whatever, and her name's Vanessa. And she goes, are you single? This is all in a 60-second interaction. Are you single? I go, I am. And she goes, are you from Pittsburgh? And I go, no. She goes, oh, well, have a good night. And she walks away, goes back to her friend group, and they all leave the bar. And that was it. So
wait, that was the deal breaker?
That was it.
The deal breaker?
That was it.
Wow.
I don't know what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to lie, and I don't know about the geography of Pittsburgh. Someone here locally said, now people listening on this show probably don't know, but there's a Pittsburgh, Kansas. So someone said I should have said, yeah, I'm from Pittsburgh, and then just claimed it was Pittsburgh, Kansas, and then I would be not lying as much about the whole thing. But yeah, by the way, Vanessa's her name. Thank you very much. Vanessa, what was up with that? 60 seconds, you asked me 3 questions.
Yeah, listen, Vanessa, I think I needed that more than Alex does because as a man who's been married for almost 14 years, I need to live vicariously through the dating lives of my friends. And by you just turning around after finding out that my guy Alex Gold is not a Yinzer, I mean, what gives,
Yeah.
Vanessa? His last name is literally Gold. He is a catch. I've been doing this show with him all year, okay? Trust me. His sports takes are great. His sports takes are great, and I'm sure his loving is even better.
I will say, man, people were giving me a hard time. My buddies, they're like, "How did you didn't close the deal?" I'm like, "Close the deal? I had 60 seconds. This was like an elevator pitch." But she was asking me all the questions. What was I supposed to do? And even if I would have lied and said, "Yeah, actually, I am from Pittsburgh," then she would have said, "Oh, how long?" Someone said I should have said I just moved to Pittsburgh, so I don't know the area well. But I mean,
yeah,
where's that
right.
gonna go?
Look, she has no love. If you do not have a 412 area code, she has no love for you. That's for sure. She is if you're not going to be rocking with her on a skiing start day, she doesn't want you anywhere around. She's not in for the long distance apparently. But Vanessa, listen, you could look, even if you hit it off with my guy Alex, you would still be able to watch him every Saturday for 5 hours on YouTube, Twitch. You could listen to him on SiriusXM, on any of our affiliates nationwide. Vanessa, you missed out, okay? That's her loss. And yet another loss going Pittsburgh's way this past week.
That's right.
Between the Penguins and the Pirates. Yeah.
That's right. They're recently, just like the football team, they're stuck in mediocrity. They're just stuck in mediocrity. The mediocrity pool, But that was the Vanessa story. I told you I had an update from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you know what?
It wasn't the story I was hoping to bring back.
Yeah.
I was hoping for a way more adventurous story, but I just couldn't believe that 60-second interaction happened, and it just wasn't meant to be,
If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch right now, you can see that we actually have a legitimate list, and Vanessa at Pit Bar is on the list. So take that, Vanessa. The thing I am adding to the list this week is something that has bugged me for all of my sports fandom. People who wear to a sporting event that the team isn't playing in.
Oh.
Yesterday, I went to the Cubs Diamondbacks game, and I saw a guy there in a Lars Nootbaar Cardinals jersey at a Cubs Diamondbacks game. Now, keep in mind, the man whose name sounds like a piece of candy, Lars Nootbaar, has never played for the Cubs nor the Diamondbacks. And yet, this guy felt like it was the perfect time to bust this gamer out. And I have one question. Why? That would be like going to a Western-themed birthday party and wearing a Lars Nootbaar Cardinals jersey. It'd be like going to a wedding and wearing a Lars Nootbaar jersey. It would be like going to a funeral and wearing a Kiss the Cook apron, or even a Lars Nootbaar jersey. Like, to the folks who love wearing team gear to a sporting event your team isn't even playing in, why don't you just pull up a chair because you're nothing but a sports duck? Only replace the D with a C and replace your jersey with anything else. If you frequent furry conventions, I don't think you would wear the furry costume to other conventions. So why do we do it in sports? You want the attention? You want people to know that you're not there for the game, just the vibes? Like, the people who wear the band's T-shirt to the concert are the same people who wear a third team's jersey to a sporting event. For the same reason you shouldn't bring a knife to a gunfight, you shouldn't bring a Lars Nootbaar jersey to a knife fight. Or any game that doesn't feature Lars Nootbaar and the St. Louis Cardinals. People that wear team gear to a sporting event that the team isn't playing in, you're added to the list.
I haven't agreed with your items for a couple weeks, right? There's a couple weeks I've disputed. This one we are firmly on the same page. I don't get it whatsoever, especially at NFL games when the two teams are of course, let's say it's the Chiefs and Raiders, and someone's there randomly in a Patriots jersey, and we're like, what the hell are you doing? What are you here for?
Yeah.
Just go neutral site. Just go neutral if that's the case. There's some exceptions. I told you when I was in Montreal for the Canadiens game, I was going to wear that USA hockey jersey. That's different, okay? That's a little bit different.
Well, that's American.
Yeah,
that's patriotic.
That's a little bit different. Otherwise, I'm firmly in agreement with you. Now, I will say what caught my attention, oddly enough, there were a couple things what you said, but you brought up furries. Did you know in Pittsburgh, I found this from my Uber driver in Pittsburgh.
Yes, the furry convention
is in Pittsburgh. The Uber driver was very proud to tell us. He said Pittsburgh and the furries get along really well.
Yes, they really do. And one year there was like a massive fire that broke out at the convention, and it made for incredible headlines and even better photos of just a bunch of furries out on the street doing a fire drill. It was phenomenal.
I love how you already knew this. This was new information to me, thanks to the Uber driver. You were right away. You're like, oh yeah, I'm all over this. I'm all up to date on the furries. That's what you were saying.
Like your co-host in KC, your co-host on the weekends also has a cousin who lives in Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh lore, I am really brushed up on and up to date on. It's phenomenal. Did you get yourself a pierogi while you were there?
I went to Primanti Brothers. Though, and got a sandwich. It was that lived up to the hype. So actually had a good time. I know we're giving some crap to Pittsburgh right now, but people were great there. They did a great job with the draft as well.
Pittsburgh.
That is the list. Up next, though, some quarterback movement, including in that AFC North. Do we know who's going to start Week 1 already in one of those cities? That's next.
action from Watson's going to take a shot. Cooper wide open. Touchdown.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on BetMGM Game Day, Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Coming up in 20 minutes, we will head out to Boston, talk more about Game 7 tonight. Sixers, Celtics. John Corrales going to join us, covers the Celtics for Sports Illustrated, host of Locked On Celtics. We'll find out how they're feeling at Boston, if this series even got to a Game 7. And are they worried heading into this one that the 76ers can make some history against them? Of course, two rivals on top of it. So it is going to have everything tonight there at the Garden. And we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Don't forget, you guys can watch the show if you've just been listening out there on our affiliates on SiriusXM channel 375. You can watch the show as well on YouTube and Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight. You can text into the show. Call in 310-840-4910. I did not think we would get some news out of minicamp, rookie minicamp, that is. Some of the minicamps going on. But we did get a news item involving something significant, a name that we haven't talked a whole lot about recently, given injury history. Deshaun Watson in the Cleveland Browns might actually be a thing in week 1. There's a real chance, based on reporting there from Mary Kay Cabot, that Deshaun Watson emerged from minicamp last week with an early lead over Shedeur Sanders and has, quote, the inside track to be named QB1 for the Cleveland Browns. Now, Todd Monken, new head coach there, hopes to declare or at least identify a starting quarterback by the end of mandatory minicamp, which is June 9 through the 11th. And so they're not wanting to drag this out. I think we are going to get our answer in about a month from now or so. We're not going to have to wait till training camp. And it does sound like, at least for week 1, I don't know if he'll be the starter all year, but a healthy Deshaun Watson at age 30, who looked terrible the last time he started games, might be the starter week 1. Do you think this is, none of us have watched him here recently, do you think this is the right decision, or would you have allowed Shedeur Sanders to still have the keys to the car to start the season?
What's the old saying? If you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. That's exactly what this feels like in Cleveland. Like, it's if Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders. Look, Shedeur had some moments last year, but his biggest moment came against probably one of the worst defenses that he faced in the Tennessee Titans, and he still lost that game. I just feel like this is it's damned if you do, damned if you don't here with Deshaun or Shedeur. I lean Shedeur just because I think Deshaun's best days are behind him. It reminds me of, like, when I was growing up, I didn't have a Game Boy. I had a Sega Game Gear. Okay. And when you have a Sega Game Gear, you're already kind of behind the mold because everyone had a Game Boy. I had a Game Gear, and the games that I had to choose from were far more selective than if I owned a Game Boy. The Browns are essentially the Game Gear of NFL franchises. Like, they're already behind the 8 ball in terms of what they can choose to do with, especially at the quarterback position. And whereas the rest of the league is playing Game Boy, and they have so many more options and so much far better potential. The Browns, I also take all of the stock of the reports that come out during mini camps and OTAs extremely lightly because they're playing in shorts. They're playing against air. Oh, sure. So Deshaun Watson throws a tight spiral against nobody. He's looking real good out there. It's literally 7-on-7. So once they put on the pads, I think is like when you can get a better tell as to what we're going to get. And even if he does start week 1, I'd put probably I'd take a second mortgage out on my house and put it all on the fact that Deshaun Watson would not end the season as the starter, just given what we know about how he's played over the last, half decade, but then also just injuries, everything. Like, I don't put a lot of stock into what we're hearing out of Cleveland today.
I mean, I hear, yeah, I mean, I believe the reporting as in, I think if the season was starting in a month, I think he would be the week one starter. The question is Todd Monken really going to make a decision as early as he claims he is, which is June 9th or whatever in that time frame after mandatory minicamp, or in OTAs, I should say. And if that actually happens, then I think these reports are going to fit with ultimately what we see in week one. But I am also with you that I would be shocked if Deshaun Watson finished the season as the Cleveland Browns starter. I mean, just look at the recent track record due to injury and also performance. In 2024, that's the last time he played anyway, so it's been 2 years. He played in 7 games.
Which is it should not go understated. Like that is an eternity in football years, right? Like if dogs age 7 years for every one of a human, football years are probably 14 years.
Right. So, yeah, in 2024, 7 games. 2023, 6 games. 2022, 6 games. His last full season was in 2020. Guys, that was COVID. That was the COVID year. Think about everything that's happened since then. That feels like a decade ago, if not 20 years ago. He played 16 games then. So I think Deshaun Watson's going to start week one. I really do. But I will be fairly surprised if Shedeur Sanders doesn't start at some point in time. And I'm with you. I think if I was a Cleveland Browns fan, I would be saying, why wouldn't we start Shedeur? As you said, we kind of know what we're getting with Deshaun Watson, and we don't fully know the full picture yet of Shedeur. At least there's some intrigue there to find out. But I wonder if this is also not just the sad reality of how teams operate, which is, all right, we're going to have Deshaun Watson start. Let's say he stinks the first month. Then we'll still have some hope out there for our fans that, we'll bring in Shedeur and there's still something there, versus you start Shedeur and he sucks. Then you pivot to Deshaun Watson. That makes no sense either. So I think that's what's happening here more than anything else.
Yeah, if I'm a Browns fan, I kind of want Shedeur because it is like you only saw Shedeur as a rookie, and what he did show you, there was a little bit of hope, a little bit of promise. I think that he has the ability. Like I think the ceiling is far greater for Shedeur Sanders than Deshaun Watson, and look, Deshaun Watson early in his career was fantastic, almost like MVP worthy. He was finished third in Offensive Rookie of the Year his first year. So he comes out the gate blazing, a couple of 4,000+ yard seasons. But then he really dropped off. And he, like you said, dropped off a long time ago. 2020 was his last full season. I don't want that. That's like I'd feel better as Joe Flacco as my starting quarterback, which Cleveland saw, than with Deshaun Watson. So if I'm a Browns fan, I'm demanding give me Shedeur Sanders out the gate and let's just see what we can do. Neither option is great, but at least Shedeur is better than Deshaun.
Yeah, don't forget Dylan Gabriel somehow is still there as well. Last year's draft, again, drafting quarterbacks or whatever, just was ridiculous.
They should have signed Diego Pavia too.
Well, in their division, didn't the Ravens just sign him to like a mini camp invite or whatever? Thinking of that division, let's stay right there with quarterbacks. Yeah. So let's stay with the quarterbacks. So Cleveland, maybe we know that's Deshaun Watson week one. Pittsburgh still doesn't know if Aaron Rodgers is coming back, but there was a little update on that in terms of they put a special tender on him, basically, that once he gets to training camp, he can't sign anywhere else. So basically, it prevents him from suddenly screwing them over during training camp and signing with a team that has another injured quarterback, or this Bo Nix ankle thing becomes way worse or something like that out in Denver. Do you still think Aaron Rodgers is signing with Pittsburgh? Because we all know they drafted Drew Aller, and that particular pick was interesting, but it's Aller, it's Will Howard, it's Mason Rudolph, and they're just in a holding pattern waiting for Aaron Rodgers to make a decision.
Yeah, it's a matter of when, not if. Aaron Rodgers he's coming back. I heard the reports that Aaron and Mike McCarthy were seen in LA together, and having lunch or something. And like, I think it's like the worst kept secret in football. If anything, I think that's why Vanessa in Pittsburgh shot you down so quickly when she found out you weren't from Pittsburgh, because she's going through all of this drama in her life with Aaron Rodgers, and she doesn't need another guy who's just gonna, up and leave her after, one season, right? Like she's looking for something more stable. And I feel like that Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. I don't think Drew Aller sees a snap this year unless
I don't think
something
he's
happens
any.
with the
I just don't
snap
think
of
he's any good.
Well, he's not. I don't think he's great either. But and what is it? I guess Mason Rudolph is a backup there as well, and Will Howard. So Drew Aller may not even make it out of camp.
You know what's weird though, talking to people in Pittsburgh, and we know Pittsburgh is a very passionate sports town and football town.
Sure,
I was amazed by how many Steelers fans there told me that they really want to see Will Howard get an opportunity, and they admitted not that they think he's necessarily going to be great, but they kind of what we were just saying in Cleveland with Shador versus Watson, like they know what they're getting from Rodgers. They kind of know what Mason Rudolph is. They're just like holding out hope that all right, if Will Howard starts. Maybe he turns out to be something better. If not, he stinks. We win 5 games and we can have a top pick and go draft our franchise quarterback instead of being stuck in this no man's land of Aaron Rodgers comes back. We're going to win 10 or 11 games maybe. We'll probably get bounced in the first round of the postseason. That's the worst spot to be in. And they bring in Mike McCarthy, and to me, they're not willing to bottom out when you bring in Mike McCarthy. You're thinking that you're still going to compete for that division. And so I think they're just in a really, really bad spot that they're probably going to be a 10-win team with Aaron Rodgers this year. And they're not going to be in a position to find their long-term answer at quarterback next year. You really, you really need a bottom out. And Will Howard or Drew Aller actually give you a better chance of that.
Yeah, I love Steelers fans. I've got a few Steelers fans, diehard in my family. And it's so funny because they are in football purgatory right now, and they are wishing and praying not to go to football heaven. They want to go to football hell. They want to be bad. But there's a problem, Steelers fans. You were somehow cursed for life by probably some old witch somewhere who, set a curse on your franchise, and you will win anywhere from 7 to 10 games every single season. You're not winning any more. You're not winning any less. This is who you are. This is what you've become. And you just have to face the facts. So what you need to do is you need to continue fixing the plane while it's in the air, because you're not landing anytime soon. Okay. And you're not ascending either. Like you're steady at 10,000 feet, and you just have to fix the plane while it's going. And Aaron Rodgers is probably going to pilot this plane for at least one more year. And I don't know what the answer is, but especially now with Mike McCarthy Mike McCarthy's a good coach. Mike McCarthy is like a 10-win per season coach, which is probably what you're going to get, Pittsburgh. So I think they've built a really good situation there for Aaron Rodgers. I think it's a better roster around him this year than it was last.
Yeah, I like the Pittman
for
addition.
Steelers fans that want to tank, it's not happening. Their tank is not in the vocabulary. Pittsburgh has its. I don't know if you picked up on this when you were there for the draft last weekend, but Pittsburgh has its own vocabulary, right? They have all these different yinzers, all these different words that literally mean their own thing. And unfortunately, tank is not in the vocabulary, and so it's never going to happen for you, Steelers. I hate to tell you this.
Yeah, they need to bottom out, and I'm with you. You don't hire Mike McCarthy and bottom out. You certainly don't bring back Aaron Rodgers if in fact he comes back and going to bottom out. As you were talking about flying, somewhere in there was a Spirit Airlines joke, and we both missed the opportunity, I think. But anyway,
yeah, right.
I think you're right though.
Which is a black and yellow airline.
It is, right? Yeah, and look, after they finally found out we need to stop saving them and just let them fail, and maybe the Steelers need to fail a little bit, and everything will be better because of it. And they might recover versus trying to get bailed out by veteran quarterbacks and veteran coaches,
Yeah, no, it's a great point. But I just don't think it's going to happen. You're probably right. I'm never a believer in tanking. I think there is a way to fix a franchise without getting the number 1 overall pick or a top 5 pick in the draft. I think there are ways to build it. You just have to be smart about it. I just don't think the Steelers are ever going to let their franchise get to that level. They're never going to be the Cleveland Browns. They're never going to, be the New York Jets. They're going to stay at this. And once really their only missing piece is a quarterback. And obviously 41-year-old Aaron, or 42-year-old, however old he is, Aaron Rodgers is not going to be the long-term answer. But if they could just get a long-term answer at quarterback, someone young and someone good that they can literally build their franchise around, then they're good. That's been the missing piece for years there since Roethlisberger left, and even really on the latter years of Roethlisberger. But once they figure that position out, then I think you'll be flying high because the rest of the roster looks great, and that defense looks great. Hopefully Mike McCarthy can bring some fire on the offensive side of the ball there, but it's really just that quarterback position, which I know is a big position to fill.
Yeah, you know what though is I was surprised. I just looked it up over at BetMGM, and you can shop around and find different odds, of course. But the Steelers over under 7.5 wins for this season. Now we don't know who the quarterback is yet, so you're gambling literally on multiple things there. But minus 120 is the over, even money's the under. Despite everything we both just said, unless you tell me it ends up being Will Howard starting or something crazy, I love the over 7.5 still. Is that weird? Like at minus 120, I still think Mike McCarthy's getting this to at least an 8-win football team, and I don't know who the hell the quarterback is yet. So maybe I don't know. I would make that bet now because if Aaron Rodgers announced he's coming back tomorrow and sign with the Steelers tomorrow, doesn't that win total go up to 8.5?
Yeah. Well, it's like, do you remember? Yes, to answer your question, but it's like in Avengers Endgame, when Thanos is balancing that thing on his finger, and it's the world is perfectly balanced. That's the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are perfectly balanced. They're locked in for 8 wins. You could, if they lose 4 in a row, guess what? They're going on a 4-game winning streak. Okay, like it is just always. They're just 500, and I don't mean this is not me harping on the Steelers. Steelers, trust me, there are many teams that wish they were in your shoes. There are many franchises that wish that they could have 500 seasons. But the problem is you've just dealt with it for so long through the Mike Tomlin era, and now Tomlin's gone, and you're hoping for a fresh new change all around the board. I just don't think it's happening.
Coming up next, though, let's move over to the NBA. We got a Game 7 tonight in Boston. Celtics, Sixers. We're going to be joined by John Corrales, covers the Celtics for Sports Illustrated. He's the host of Locked On Celtics. Let's find out how they're feeling in Boston, and could we see history tonight? That's what the 76ers, at least, are trying to do. That's coming up here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on Westwood One Sports, Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Don't forget, when the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. We are expected to be joined by John Corrales here in just a couple of minutes to talk some Celtics, some Sixers. We got a Game 7 tonight. He covers the Celtics, and one of 3 Game 7s we have over the next 24 to 36 hours or so. This is the only one tonight, and we got a pair coming up tomorrow. I do want to point out, Austin, I know we're going to talk Kentucky Derby a little bit later on in the show. We've got the Derby coming up later on today. What a 6:57 post time, I believe, from Churchill Downs. Some big news, though, in the last hour. There's some reports that one of the horses, the Puma, has been scratched from the field today, unfortunately, due to swelling, due to a skin infection. So no Puma in the field. Renegade is still the favorite there. But Puma had some money coming in. I think the Swifties, man. I think the Swifties were betting on Puma. There was rumblings on the internet that horse, 10% of it was owned by Kelsey and Swift. That has not been confirmed, but there were some rumblings, and we saw the odds go down drastically, but now the horse has been scratched from the Derby.
That's a bummer. What'd you say? It was 10-1, but you say it got down to 7-1, you think?
I believe I saw
odds-wise?
Puma got down to as low as 7 or 8-1, yeah.
And I believe it's the same trainer jockey tandem that won with Mage back in the day. So kind of a buzzkill. I always hate when like favorites, or at least the horses that are at the top of the field, get scratched like either day of or week of. It's just it makes it. It doesn't take anything away from obviously the most exciting 2 minutes in sports, but it does kind of like, I was really excited to see the Puma. Do you have an early favorite?
You know, so the favorite is Renegade, and then because I'm in Kansas City, we were talking about Puma quite a bit. We were having fun with the Kelsey angle to it, so that was the other horse that I was going to bet on. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'll probably throw another bet in before we get off the air today and see where the odds shift here over the next couple of hours. So we'll talk some more ponies a little bit later on with the Derby coming up again right before 7 Eastern is post time from Churchill Downs. But let's talk about Game 7, one of 3 this weekend, as we mentioned, at least in the NBA. There's also some Game 7s going on in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. But let's talk about Boston and Philly. We will go out and welcome in John Corrales, talking Celtics and NBA here, covers Boston Celtics for Sports Illustrated, also a host of Locked On Celtics. John, great to have you on the show here on Westwood One Sports. What is the feeling around Boston, though? The fact that this thing was 3-1, feeling pretty good, and all of a sudden now there's all kinds of pressure on Boston this evening, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal to be in this situation. I think a lot of this is self-inflicted. I think the Celtics got away from a lot of the things that had been working. You got to give the Sixers some credit for some of the adjustments they've made. They're staying home on shooters. They're not giving the Celtics a lot of the driving kicks that have been open, and the Celtics have not responded well to that. So I think there's a little bit of a feeling that the Celtics are falling back into some bad habits. I think there's a little bit of that kind of the term gap year is coming back a little bit, because we're starting to see why we all thought this was a gap year. And now this, we know this team wasn't built to make a deep run, but 56 wins during the regular season makes you kind of forget about a lot of that stuff. So some of that stuff is creeping back up, and the Celtics need to have a really good Game 7 performance to kind of erase some of that stuff again.
Do you think any part of it is like complacency? Because, I mean, I feel like the Sixers have been the Washington Generals to the Celtics Globetrotters, because they haven't, the Sixers haven't beaten a series, haven't beaten the Celtics since '82 in a playoff series. And, this even just in the Joel Embiid era, this goes back to him, in 2018 saying they always kick our ass. Like, do you think there's any bit of that? And then you get up to a 3-1 lead. Is there complacency there?
I think there might have been something like that. You up 3-1, up 15 in the third quarter, and not just 15 because 15-point lead doesn't mean much, but it's the way they got up to 15, and we're starting to look good. I think the Celtics started to throw some haymakers. I think they wanted to kind of finish things off and go for the kill shots, the 3-pointers, the the individual plays, the ISO plays. And then things we saw it last year with the Knicks in that series. Things don't go your way, so you start to press a little bit. Guys who aren't hitting shots start to really worry about the shots that they aren't hitting, and it cascades. And now the Sixers have some confidence. They have a game plan that is working. Joel Embiid has been able to dominate. And the Celtics have kind of not done the things that they needed to do to get Joel Embiid off the floor, to make him look like the big slow guy that he kind of is. He is playing great, but he shouldn't be. He should be kind of run off the floor because the Celtics have speed, quickness, scheme that should put him to work and exhaust him. So complacency, whatever you want to call it, all of that stuff is kind of coming together to make things difficult for them.
I understand Tatum, the injury all year, and of course came back, a month or so ago. Is the thought, though, that we could see another Game 7 type of performance here that we're talking about for Tatum? I mean, he's got an unbelievable track record. I understand he's still recovering, from an injury here, but what did he scored 51 a couple years ago against the against the 76ers in a Game 7.
I can't rule that out because he is Jason Tatum, and he's not himself, right? This is the other thing that's very clear this series, that he is some version of himself, but not the final version of himself. And again, his recovery has gone so well that we forget that he is not even a year removed from the Achilles tear. So could we see that? Absolutely. He can come out and be focused and drill a bunch of 3-pointers early. And if he can do that, then that opens things up and he can start to dominate. When he dropped that 50 plus game against Philly a couple years ago, he did that with 7 minutes to go in the game. And so he can get going before he gets tired, and the lack of conditioning, and he didn't get a typical playoff ramp up. So he has the ability to get all that done before the legs start to go. And with Jaylen Brown being an improved version of himself, the last 2 games notwithstanding, he can be there to support when they overreact to what Tatum is doing. So you can kind of see a 1-2 punch with those two guys.
What do you think the vibe's going to be like at TD Garden tonight? Like, if let's say the Sixers get out to an early lead, is it going to be like, the sky is falling there?
It won't be sky is falling until the fourth quarter. I think this is going to be a madhouse. You got Saturday night, 7:30 in Boston. This is prime time for people going out to the bars. This is I think Celtics fans kind of take it upon themselves to be that proverbial sixth man. So it's going to be crazy. I think everybody's going to get to the arena a little early. I think they're going to have a few in them when they get there. And it's going to, that first quarter is going to be loud. And this is where experience, I think, kind of matters, because that is going to be the most hostile environment the Sixers have faced and Tyrese Maxey has faced. And it's going to be interesting to see how you react, because a lot of times guys will react to like, oh yeah, I'll show you, and they'll kind of get out of their games and they'll try to do a little too much, and the tables can turn pretty quickly. So I think the atmosphere, the vibes are going to be pretty crazy, and I think the Celtics are that's something the Celtics, especially at home, kind of really feed into. So if Philly gets out to a lead, I don't think the crowd's going to turn, but if the Celtics get out to a lead, man, that place, I mean, I'm gonna bring earplugs, because that's how loud it's gonna get.
We're talking to John Corrales here, covers the Celtics for Sports Illustrated. From a betting angle, we are here on BetMGM Game Day. I see the Celtics sitting there as 8.5-point favorites. If I had to give you $100 bill to place a bet here, where are you siding on that?
Yeah, I'm always wary of giving betting advice. Don't take this as advice. I think I'm going to take the Celtics. I'll give those points because I just don't think the Sixers are battle ready for this. They are a confidence team. You're relying on VJ Edgecombe. You're relying on guys who are inexperienced, and the Celtics have that experience. So I feel like this is one where when the Celtics get some momentum, it can get away from the Sixers pretty early. And so I feel comfortable in a double-digit win.
If you had to simplify tonight's game into one thing that the Celtics need to do to win, would you say it's 3-point shooting? Because they're 17-1 when they shoot 40% or better in the playoffs, and they're 19-19 when it shoots under 40%. Like, is that the thing, or is there something else that if you could pinpoint it to one aspect?
So the one thing I'm going to say plays into the 3-point shooting, and it's ball movement. It's one thing to just be like, oh, they get hot, and yeah, sure, if they get hot and shoot 45%, yeah, of course, and that applies to just about anybody. So for the Celtics, it's ball movement, not being stagnant, getting 90-plus shots up, because when you move the ball like they're supposed to, and like they haven't in games 5 and 6, you open up lanes. You open up lanes for drive and kick, which gets you the catch and shoot threes. You also open up lanes for corner crashes. When the Celtics take those open threes, and if they miss, they are elite at crashing from the corners to the nail, to the free throw line, and getting those long rebounds, and then getting those second three-pointers, those second shots that Sam Hauser thrives in, that Jason Tatum steps into, Jaylen Brown steps into. So the ball movement leads to the three-point shooting. So it's not just can you hit the shots. It's can you generate the shots in a way that allows for everything else to also come into play, and you get your offensive rebound. You get the Sixers out of place, making decisions on defense that maybe allow you to get to the rim a little bit more. If the Celtics are moving the ball, they can get the drives, they can get to the rim, and that will collapse the defense. And then you'll start to see the classic Celtics run of 2, 3, 4 3-pointers in a row. Nick Nurse timeout, place goes crazy.
Before I let you go, you mentioned, John, the gap year, that maybe people thought this was going to be. What happens, though, if the Celtics don't win tonight? Like, what kind of changes could we see in the offseason?
So I think you're going to see them kind of – you go back to the beginning of the season and the deficiencies, and those kind of were wallpapered over, but what this – playoff series is doing is kind of like peeling some of that wallpaper back, and you're like, oh, that's right, there was a hole in that wall. We need to look at a starting center. Like, Nemish Queta has had a great season, but he's kind of faltered in these playoffs so far. So he needs, if he's not able to kind of get back on track, then I think the message is clear to Brad Stevens that Nemi is a really good center, but not somebody you can depend on in the playoffs. He's somebody you can depend on as a backup, but you need to go out and maybe find a starting level center, and maybe that becomes a priority. All those little holes that you had, that the stop gaps that you'd filled, you start to look at those and say, okay, a secondary ball handler, some bench scoring, a starting level center. Those types of things kind of become much more obvious moving forward.
At John_Corrales covers the Celtics for Sports Illustrated. Also host of Locked On Celtics, a huge one tonight. Game 7 in Boston, Sixers, Celtics. Thanks so much for the insight.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, John, as a Chicagoan, take good care of my guy Vooch for me.
I'm trying.
Take good care of my guy Vooch. I need it. Yeah.
All right. I'll see you, man. Yeah.
There you go.
Vooch is good. He's fine.
There you go. Appreciate John calling into the show today here on Westwood One Sports. All right, coming up next, though, let's get to some of the sounds of the week, including What was said by LeBron James towards another player in the NBA? That's coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff, hanging out on a great Saturday. We've got the Kentucky Derby coming up later on tonight. We got a Game 7 in the NBA. We also got some NFL news trickling out this week with mini camps underway. Coming up in about 15 minutes or so, we'll talk about what's going on in Las Vegas. We're a week plus removed now of them drafting what they hope to be their long-term franchise quarterback in Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall. But will he start week 1? We'll get to the latest on him and Kirk Cousins in just a bit. Don't forget, this segment, though, is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. It is that time of the show. We take a listen with some of the sounds of the week. This one comes from a draft pick out in Philadelphia. No, not the Mekhi Lemon Pittsburgh Steelers phone call. Not that. I'm sure you guys talked about that plenty last Saturday for the sounds of the week. But no, Mekhi Lemon talking about Nick Foles, and, well, he wants that number.
Yeah, I definitely said on jersey number. Definitely.
What is it?
It's going to be 9, number 9. Appreciate the Eagles, so much, and Nick Foles especially, to pass that number down, because I know he could have easily, kept that number to himself. Such a great player when he was here wearing that number 9, led him to the Super Bowl. So I appreciate him so much. I definitely cherish that, so much, and I represent the 9 well, wearing it, represented the team well. So I'm just super excited to get that number for sure.
So it sounds like that you're the first one to wear it since him. Is that something they told you about? Is it a history you're aware of before he came here?
Yeah, I definitely was aware of that before he passed the number down. But then just really, getting to know the whole backstory with Carson Wentz went down, and then he came in and then led the team to the Super Bowl and did what he did. So I appreciate him, so much. I definitely don't take that lightly.
So he gave his blessing on that. Did you talk to him?
Yeah, I talked to him on the phone. He wanted to, to pass that number over. Wanted to speak to me on the phone before, anybody else, told me. So I appreciate him, and hopefully I can meet him soon when he's around the building.
Okay. All right. Someone has to tell me what's going on here with this number thing. Nick Foles is a legend. Nick Foles is a legend, and what he did in the Super Bowl and Philly special and all that. Absolutely. Love Nick Foles. We are at the point Nick Foles has to give permission to wear his freaking number? What? That's crazy to me. That's where we're at? That Nick Foles, that number has been untouchable? And Mekhi Lemon had to call and get permission? What the hell are we doing? This is crazy to me.
Yeah, Nick Foles is a legend the same way like Mark Hamill is a legend. Like, he's known for one thing. All right. And look, even that may not even be a good example, because Mark Hamill at least made, 6 great Star Wars movies. Nick Foles had one great run as a backup in the playoffs for the Eagles to get them over the hump and win a Super Bowl, and beating the Patriots in doing so. Like, it was a great run. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to take anything away from that. But you're right. Like, the fact that Nick Foles is, like, we're talking about retiring the guy's number, or at least, it's kind of like a soft retiring. It's like it's like a Ryan Tannehill right now, where it's like, he's retired, but he just hasn't announced his retirement yet, right? Like, it's like that type of.
Does somebody have to call up?
Foles' number?
Tell me, Baltimore, listeners, please chat us on YouTube and type in the chat if you want. Is somebody have to call to get Joe Flacco's permission to wear his number in Baltimore? I doubt it.
Yeah,
I
right.
doubt that's happening.
Right. It's ridiculous. I don't understand why. Look, I understand why Nick Foles is highly revered in Philadelphia. I get that. But when we're talking about not wearing his number, like, come on, he's already got a statue out front. Do we need to retire the number as well? He played like 3 great games. And outside of that, that was Carson Wentz's team. So I don't know if I buy into going the full gamut of like, are we gonna throw a gold jacket on him too, just because of that run in the playoffs? Is he a Hall of Famer? Are we gonna name elementary schools after him? Like, this is just a little. I think it's getting a little too much with the Nick Foles lore.
Yeah, he was
Let Mekhi Lemon have the
unbelievable.
number.
Yeah, he was unbelievable, but to have to ask permission for that number is kind of funny. I understand some players will call past players out of respect and all that, and maybe that's ultimately what this was. But like, in terms of that is even usually if it's somebody that played 30 years ago and they're calling their family, the players maybe passed away and they want to call the family and have their blessing. That's a whole different scenario here. I legitimately was stunned to hear that Mekhi Lemon had to get permission to wear that number. I did not get that whatsoever. All right, let's move to the NBA as we continue some sounds of the week. We go to the Joker in Denver, where, of course, Jokic and company were eliminated from the NBA postseason. And Joker gave his thoughts on maybe some changes coming to Denver.
Where do you feel like this team is, in that bigger picture, and how far away or not far away do you feel like you guys are from being, a championship contender?
I mean, we just lost in the first half, so I think we are far away.
Do you feel like changes, or like what type of changes you feel like?
I mean, that's not my decision, to be honest. Definitely, if we're in Serbia, we will all get fired.
So that was
oh my gosh,
that was Jokic. Who do you think's getting fired? He said we would all get fired if this was in Serbia. What's going to happen in Denver? What's allowed in Denver? We all know they got rid of their head coach a couple years ago, Mark Malone. He's now the head coach at North Carolina.
Yeah. First of all, let's be grateful that the NBA is not in Serbia, because then the Nuggets wouldn't even have a franchise after this fallout. But look, Jokic, I don't even understand why we're asking him questions after their series was over. I mean, that's a man who, after winning a championship, all he wanted to do was get back to his horses in Serbia, and now here we are asking questions after a first round exit. Let the man just go back to Serbia. He does not want to be there to answer your questions, and you think you're going to get some intel out of him as to what changes are going to come around the corner for the Nuggets in this offseason. He doesn't know, nor does he care. All he's thinking about is, his giant thoroughbreds back in his homeland.
Jokic is he already on a flight back there at this point in time? I wouldn't have surprised me whatsoever for Jokic and company, but a very disappointing season for the Denver Nuggets. All right, last one. How about we stick with the NBA? LeBron James and the Lakers advancing to the next round to take on the Thunder, and LeBron was thanking R.J. Barrett with the Raptors.
Thank you, R.J. Barrett. I appreciate it. Haven't seen a shot in Toronto like that since Kawhi. Something about those rims, yeah. But, yeah, I'm happy.
He's also happy because it pushed back the start of the second round a little bit. They're going to play on Tuesday in Oklahoma City against the Thunder, but LeBron needs every day of rest he can get.
Yeah. There's something like, as you get older, there are things in life that you don't realize until you get older. Getting that rest in between series is huge for LeBron. Like, he's like, oh, thank goodness. I do not want the second round starting, on, Tuesday rather than Thursday or whatever. Like, if you get the extra day rest, that's huge. Other things are like when you see a friend is having a birthday get together and it starts at 3:30, you're like, oh yes, that thing will be over by 6:30 at the latest, and I'll be able to get home, get some rest, maybe watch put a Netflix show on before bed. Like, there are little things in life as you get older that you gravitate towards, and LeBron James finding that little, those little pieces of that can help him get over the edge. If it's rest, then so be it. He is here for it, and I look, I honestly love the candidness from it.
Yeah, there's no hiding it at 41 years old, and after what we just saw in that series against the Rockets, as we talked about earlier, they are massive underdogs in Game 1, and I will be far more surprised in this series if they force a Game 6 or anything like that than what we just saw against the Rockets. It's a massive step up in competition for LeBron. And again, the reports are that they're not going to have Luka in this series. I just don't see it. They're 15.5-point underdogs in Game 1.
Do we say Thunder in 5 because we're too scared to say a Thunder sweep?
I'll say Thunder in 4 right now. How about that, Austin? Huh?
Oh,
Thunder in
wow.
4. How about
Wow.
that? LeBron's getting swept in the next round.
The Thunder swept this regular season series, winning by an average of 22 points. So you're not, it's not. I wouldn't say like it's a you're going out on a limb with that, but I'm gonna say Thunder in 5. I'm gonna go because I'm too scared to go with the full sweep, especially in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's way easier,
especially with the way LeBron has been playing.
It's way easier to just say Thunder in 5. It's way easier just to say the Thunder are winning in 5. I was trying to look up series pricing, by the way, to find out what I can get on that particular series. I'll have to take a look during the break. Up next, though, let's talk some more NFL. What's going to happen out in Vegas in Week 1? We know Mendoza is the franchise quarterback moving forward, but could Kirk Cousins start Week 1? Feels like there's some momentum to that actually happening. We'll tell you if we think that's the right decision next here on Westwood One Sports.
kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
1 o'clock out east here on Westwood One Sports. It's BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Of course, you guys can watch the show over on YouTube and Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight. You can call and text 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Here in 20 minutes, Kurt Helene going to join us. Of course, lead NBA writer and the managing editor over at NBC Sports. We'll get right back into the NBA postseason, not just Game 7 tonight, Boston and Philly, but 2 Game 7s tomorrow, including can the Magic rebound after a devastating loss yesterday to the Detroit Pistons? What about Cleveland against the Raptors? Then we'll look ahead a little bit to the next round where we know we got a couple of those matchups set with Minnesota advancing, with the Lakers advancing last night. And, of course, what we think could happen with a couple of teams eliminated, including what the audio we just played from Nikola Jokic and what is the future in Denver for him and everybody else. That's coming up in just a little bit. Let's talk more about what last week's draft could mean, though, as we head into the rest of this offseason. You know, earlier in the show, Austin, we discussed, Deshaun Watson reportedly looking good in their mini camp in Cleveland and maybe has the inside track to be the week 1 starter. In Vegas, it seems like we're going to have to wait a lot longer to find out who is week 1 starter for the Las Vegas Raiders. We know they drafted Mendoza. He's their long-term future piece there. Kirk Cousins, though, was brought in. Kirk Cousins is familiar with Clint Kubiak, their new head coach. And maybe I'm in the minority here. Some people have the philosophy of, hey, you spend the number 1 overall pick. That guy's got to start right away. You might as well start developing him. To me, you don't bring in Kirk Cousins, though, unless you are planning on starting him week 1. And I think that's the best path, especially with the offensive line questions that I still have about the Raiders. They really didn't go out and address the offensive line. They're banking on better coaching, helping that offensive line. They're banking on Brock Bowers being fully healthy. But when I look at that O-line, I need to know that my young quarterback can be protected and knows enough to where he's going to be able to protect himself. Let Kirk Cousins go in there, quite honestly, take some of the hits. He also just knows how to diagnose the defenses a little bit better. Maybe it's only a month-long thing, and then Mendoza is in. I'm not saying Cousins should start all year. I don't think he's going to. But week 1, I really do believe he should be the starter. And a couple reports out there from NFL Network and others suggest that Kirk Cousins will likely be the week 1 starter.
If you're a Las Vegas Raiders fan, you should hope that you don't see Fernando Mendoza this year. Go the entire year without seeing him. When I used to go trick-or-treating, I would come home with a pillowcase full of candy, and I wouldn't eat all of that candy on Halloween night. I would let it simmer. I would let it sit, and I would maybe eat a few pieces a day, and I literally made that candy last as long as possible. Now, the only difference between candy and Fernando Mendoza not getting to him right away is the candy goes bad after a while. Like you kind of need to get to the candy. You don't need to get to Fernando Mendoza right now. In fact, I think you are in a more beneficial position if you don't get to Fernando Mendoza right now. Let him sit, let him learn, let him watch under a really good pro in Kirk Cousins. Let him, do not, caution, it's like only break glass in case of emergency. Let's hope you don't have to break that glass, because Fernando Mendoza is what many believe to be the future of that franchise. And Tom Brady says it all the time, this league does a disservice to young quarterbacks. They throw them out to the wolves well before they are ready. And I feel like over the last 10, 20 years, we have missed out on some really good quarterback play from some really good college quarterbacks that made the jump to the NFL, but were fed to the wolves right away. And I'm scared that the Raiders are going to do the same thing to Fernando Mendoza. I have a feeling that Kirk Cousins will start the year, but I have a feeling that they're going to come out the gate maybe 0-4, 1-3, and they're going to yank the chain on Kirk Cousins. They're going to break glass because it's an emergency, and I don't think you should do that. I really don't think you should use Fernando Mendoza until the following season at best, because that offensive line isn't getting any better. It's not getting better overnight. And you do not want to feed your young rookie quarterback, who should be the face of your franchise, to the wolves too soon.
I agree with pretty much everything you said. I would say what you're saying is what teams used to do. And there was way more patient with front offices. We all know the examples. Everybody will cite the Mahomes, Alex Smith as like the plan that everybody should follow. Heck, Drake May, it was Jacoby Brissett, if I'm not mistaken, that started the first, 5-6 weeks of that season. I think that's right, before he got his opportunity. I firmly am against starting Mendoza week 1. I don't know if I'm necessarily as steadfast on it has to be a whole year sitting out for Mendoza. I do think there's some value, even if you want to expand it out and say the final 4 weeks or 3 weeks he starts. I think there's value in getting NFL reps at the end of the year, and then you have a whole offseason, and now you've already experienced it to where next year it's not this huge unknown. Wow, he's making his first NFL start. I actually do think there's a balance between the two. Maybe he shouldn't start by week 4, but I don't think you want to go through the entire rookie year where he doesn't get a single NFL snap. To me, that's not all that beneficial. It's also just a different setup than the Mahomes Alex Smith thing. Alex Smith was playing at a very, very high level. That team was, going to a playoffs. The Raiders, Kirk Cousins is coming in. Nobody thinks he's taking the Raiders to the playoffs or anything like that. I think it's a little bit different scenario. And let's be real, Kirk Cousins did not look great in Atlanta, to say the least. And I've been a Kirk Cousins fan for a while, but he, to me, is at the very end of the road, and this is probably his last opportunity to start some football games. I also don't think he signs with Las Vegas unless he really believed he was going to be the week 1 starter. So they can play this quarterback competition, I'll use air quotes, I guess, if we really want to with that, out. But I think Mendoza will at least miss the first 3 to 4 weeks, and then we'll see how long it goes out from there. I do think they have to make sure they can protect their quarterback before they just throw him in there. And you sit him for a full year. My only worry with that, honestly, Austin, is then there's no guarantee where you would draft next year. But the quarterbacks in next year's draft class, at least 2 of them are going to be probably better than Mendoza, right? And so, that's what's weird. You start Kirk Cousins, they're not going to bottom out and win 3 games with Kirk Cousins. But what are they? What do we think if they started all year with Kirk Cousins? Are they the 6-win football team?
Yeah, probably 6 wins. That's what I would say.
Yeah, and so where does that put you in the draft? I mean, probably a top 10 pick still, right?
Yeah, probably. And yeah, I mean, you could go the way of the Browns and just collect as many young quarterbacks as you possibly can, put them on your roster.
Right.
But I just don't. And the only thing I would push back on you for the starting the games, I do think it's a great point. Getting those live NFL reps are important, especially in the development of a young quarterback. But I'm just, that offensive line is putrid, and I feel like you're just putting him in harm's way if you do that. Like, it's let Kirk Cousins take the licks, and Kirk Cousins is a guy who has been, not to the top of the mountaintop, but as close to the top as you possibly could. Like, he's made some great runs in the playoffs, but then he's also been at the lowest of lows. And so I feel like he's just a steadfast pro, and Fernando Mendoza is by all means like the perfect prospect, just in saying the right things, doing the right things, the work ethic, and like, he's what every team wants as the face of their franchise. So you've got a good leader in Kirk Cousins. You've got a great prospect. Don't screw this up. I'm so worried that the Raiders are going to just watch this like it's Mark Davis's haircut. I just don't want you to do that, Raiders. Like, take good care of Fernando Mendoza, and you could see the Raiders return to the Rich Gannon days of glory, the just win baby Raiders days. But otherwise, if you try and rush this out, if you take the buns out of the ovens before they're ready, they're gonna whimper.
The other part is, have you looked at this wide receiver room for the Raiders? I was going to pull up the full depth chart, but it's pretty bleak. We all know Brock Bowers, I'm hoping he's going to be healthy. He just wasn't healthy last year. He missed 6 games. Their depth chart right now, so it's Jack Beck, Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor was their quote unquote big offseason signing from Minnesota. Dante Thornton. That's it. Like, that is the wide receiver group. It's pretty rough. Now, I know he's got Ashton Genty who, again, if he can have a better offensive line, I think Genty will have a better season than he did a year ago. They're also just going to be better coached. Like with Pete Carroll, to me, that was such a pathetic staff he put together last year and coaching job. It was awful, and that's why he was one and done.
Yeah.
And, I think Clint Kubiak is going to fare much better there. The problem, as I said, when Mendoza was drafted, I said it also 2 months ago. I'll probably be saying it for a couple of years, and I firmly believe this is not an anti-Mendoza thing. I actually think he's very easy to root for. I love everything about him, but he is still going to be, best case scenario, 3 years from now, the third best quarterback in that division. That's if he passes Bo Nix. Otherwise, he's the worst quarterback in the division. Like, that's my issue still with the Raiders, is that Mahomes and Herbert are going to be 1-2 for another 5 to 7 years in that division at least. And so then is he better than Bo Nix? We'll see. I know people are worried about Bo Nix's ankle right now. But that's the tough spot. The Raiders, you drafted a quarterback number 1 overall. You had to. Of course, you had to pick him. But the guy you drafted is still probably the worst quarterback in the division.
Yeah, but I think if they can build around him, and that's another reason why I push for sitting Mendoza for another year, is because you need to build up that offensive line, but you need to build up the weapons around him, and I do think they've got a great start with Brock Bowers and with Ashton Genty. I think they're starting to just get some pieces. The thing is, you have to collect all the Pokemon. You can't just get some. You got to catch them all. And with that roster, you got to make that wide receiver room more competitive, because a great wide receiver room can make a mediocre quarterback even better. And I'm not saying Mendoza's a mediocre quarterback. I think he can be great. I think if they could build around him, and this is 4 or 5 years down the road, because it's going to take a long time with how putrid that Raiders offense was last season, I think there is a chance that Mendoza could be a Drake May, or not a Drake May, a Justin Herbert. I think he could surpass it 4 or 5 years down the road if you can get the weapons around him. Because obviously, he was throwing to 3- and 4-star recruits at Indiana and dismantling Alabama defenses in college. So you can't underestimate the ceiling for Mendoza. I just think that it's going to take a lot of work to raise that ceiling to what it could be. And I don't know if I fully trust the Raiders franchise to do that. And people like to, say, oh, well, Tom Brady's an owner there now. I don't know how much Tom Brady is doing with the roster construction. And just because you're the greatest at a sport doesn't mean your roster construction is going to be great. Just look at Michael Jordan, right? So it's not that's not the get out of jail free card for the Raiders. I think
in fact
it's going to take some work.
We might find out it's the exact opposite of that. We might find out that them leaning on Tom Brady's analysis ends up being a detriment to them. We don't know yet. Him and Spytek, of course, the GM there, are very close. And so we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. There's plenty of examples, as you were mentioning. Yeah.
Going back to that Pete Carroll hiring, I feel like that just brought that entire franchise back 2 steps. It was such a head scratching move at the time when they did it. It felt like, if I had to equate it to anything, like when the Sox brought in Tony La Russa 10 years after he managed in the majors, that was a Sox team that was pretty decent. They were fine. And then they bring in Tony La Russa, and they just took 10 steps backwards with that move. And that's why my questioning goes into the Raiders franchise and their decision making. They have a lot of work to do in that roster construction. Can they get there? I don't know, because I just do not trust the Raiders at all.
More than fair. Yeah, more than fair. And I would say Pete Carroll, when he was hired, he was brought in to be kind of a floor raiser, right? All right, he's going to at least get the organization back to respectability. 7 or 8 wins and get them on track. And as you said, it was the complete opposite. They bottomed out again. They ended up with the number 1 overall pick in the draft. They ticked off Crosby in the process. And here we are. And he's still on the team, of course, as we know the trade fell through. And I don't know about you, it feels like Crosby's playing for the Raiders here in 2026. Now there's no noise around it.
Yeah, and it doesn't even seem like he's seeking a trade or anything. Like he's getting out. Like I think he's
Would
like,
you
okay,
take
well, I'm a Raider next year.
Would you take the over/under on this? So I just looked it up over at BetMGM. Win total: Raiders 5.5 wins. Over is -125. Under 5.5 is +105.
I would take. Oh man, I would take. I see. I think they're going to win 6 games, but but if I'm putting money on it, I would take the under. I would take the under.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah,
far
I
easier
think
for
so.
things to go wrong than it would be for them to go right and fall in the right places for the Raiders.
You're in
And
an AFC
like you
West.
said, the division. Yeah, the division itself. I mean, that's probably 5 or 6 losses built into the schedule right there, minimum. So, it's not the outlook isn't good for the Raiders in the interim, but in the long term, you can start to see they're collecting the pieces.
So we'll keep an eye on it all summer long. Ultimately, what happens there, week 1 of the season, and maybe the schedule would dictate some of that. We're supposed to find out the schedule in about 2 weeks or so, and the order that it'll take place. Who could the Raiders be opening the season up with, and then when could a Mendoza debut actually happen? I always love that, where it just so happens to be, Mendoza. Oh, it's Sunday Night Football for the Raiders against the Bills. Oh, or against the Chiefs. Let's go have Mendoza make his first start in Week 5 on Sunday Night Football. It's amazing how stuff like that also happens in the NFL quite a bit. All right, coming up next, though, let's talk about the NBA. We got a Game 7 tonight. We got Game 7s tomorrow. We got second-round action coming up on Tuesday. Kurt Helene of NBC Sports is going to join us at Basketball Talk on Twitter and X. Who's winning these series, and what could a loss mean for each of these franchises?
This is
Pistons have outscored Orlando 55-19, and Cunningham authored a 19-point fourth quarter. Absolutely stunning. They have faced elimination 2 consecutive times. The number 1 seed Pistons have come back to win. Now Game 7 Sunday in Detroit City.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Kevin Harlan on the call there on Prime. The Pistons come all the way back against the Orlando Magic to force a Game 7 tomorrow afternoon. If you're watching on video, Austin's just shaking his head. He jinxed them all the way around yesterday in our group chat. He was talking about buying Orlando Magic jerseys, and as I told you, this series is over now. The Pistons are going to win comfortably tomorrow because of it. You don't recover from something like that.
No, that's not true. No, yes, you do. If you are the Orlando Magic. Well, like I said, they played the game in Orlando. Anyone who's been into Orlando knows that there are so many distractions in that town. They're going to get out from the shadows of Ripley's Believe It or Not and Islands of Adventure and the Epcot Ball, and they are going to go to Detroit where there's far fewer distractions, and they're going to lock in for Game 7. And I'm going to buy a Magic jersey, and that is my team. I'm going to be the biggest Magic fan since Kevin Clark.
Let's talk more about that series and the rest of this weekend and heading into the next round. We welcome in from NBC Sports, the lead NBA writer, managing editor over there, Kurt Heelan, kind enough to join us at Basketball Talk on Twitter and X. Kurt, great to have you on the show. We were just joking around, of course, about the Magic and what happened last night. Tell me if I'm way off. I just get the sense when you lose in that fashion, and if you're Detroit, you come back in that fashion, I just think you have such a middle edge heading into a Game 7.
You're also going home, and you have the best player in the series. When Cade's on, that's just – he is the best player in the series, and you expect him to have that moment, right? You expect him to rise up and have that kind of game. So I'm expecting Detroit at home, but dude, Game 7s are weird, right? Stuff happens.
Yeah.
I remember the first one I covered was 2010 Finals, Game 7, Lakers Celtics, and the 2 best players on the floor for most of the game, frankly, the whole game, were Metta World Peace and Wallace from just guys who just are weird and aren't bothered by human emotions and the stuff that gets the rest of it. It's just going to be strange. So that's the other fun thing about Game 7s is you get the odd random guy who comes up and you also have to figure out which guys are not going to have T-Rex arms because everybody gets them with the pressure.
So if I gave you the 3 lower seeds of the Game 7s versus the 3 higher seeds, what are the 3 lower seeds record going to be in the Game 7s, I should say? But, you've got the Magic, Raptors, and 76ers.
I'm going to say 1. I like the 76ers chances the way they've been playing behind Embiid. I mean, I know Boston is Boston, and they're going home, and Tatum can go off for 51, but I don't want to say that series is swung, but I think that game's going to be fascinating today, a real toss-up. I don't know what to do with Cleveland. Do you guys have any idea what to do with Cleveland?
Yeah, no.
Much like Houston, who I was just writing about, so much better on paper than they are on the court. And they got out-hustled a large chunk of last night, and in this series. And it's the playoffs. You should not be getting outworked that much that often. So that said, talent wins out. The guy I'm watching in that game is Harden, right? Because he can win for them.
Right.
Or we've seen the other teams.
Yeah, or
I don't know.
Yes.
And that's the thing, Kurt. We said, I'm sure most people agreed, going into this postseason, the one individual player that might have the most pressure, is James Harden, just because of what has happened in the postseason. There's some other guys certainly that had something to prove, but what do you expect in this game for Cleveland? I know you were kind of saying you're not sure what to expect, but truly, what do they have to do? Donovan Mitchell has been disappointing in this series.
He has been, and this would be a big moment for him to step up. I think the other thing is Harden has to not doesn't have to be great. He just doesn't have to not too many turnovers. Don't suck. Take care of the ball, because at the end of the day, Toronto's still about pressure, right? Pressure on the defensive end, and then trying to get some transition buckets and getting. They got some guys, RJ and guys who can score a little in the half court, but that's not where they thrive. They need a little more chaos in the game, and the talent of Cleveland at home in a Game 7 should win out. So I kind of like them in that game, but again, Game 7s are strange, and that one could get. That's one that could go sideways, and it wouldn't be that surprising.
Now, Denver obviously had the surprising exit in round one against the Timberwolves, and do you see a big shakeup coming in Denver after a loss like that? What, if any, changes will be made to the Nuggets?
I don't want to say it's around the edges, but I don't think it's to the core three. Look, obviously, Jokic said he wants to be there for life. If they don't re-sign him, that's just malpractice at that point, right? It's Nikola Jokic.
Right.
Yeah, I know his defense was off in the finals and he wasn't hitting his threes, but you re-sign him at whatever price, right? That's not the question. Jamal Murray and they've got to have something else, right? They went with that Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic pick and roll constantly in that series. And it's a great look, man. I don't know. It's a great I feel like I'm borrowing somebody else said this. It's a great fastball, but where's the curve? You have to have another pitch. And Aaron Gordon provides them some of that. He's so great off the ball, and obviously, I think you've got to find a way to manage his minutes. They've got to re-sign Peyton Watson. It's a weird situation where they need to get deeper and more athletic, but they're also you re-sign Watson and you're into the second apron, and that's not an ownership group that really wants to spend like that. So I'm really curious how they handle all of that. I also know, by the way, in Denver, there's been talk about Adelman. I can't imagine after 1 year they're going to let him go, because that's just kind of not how they function. Although I'm not sold he's the man for the job.
We're talking to Kurt Heelan of NBC Sports at Basketball Talk on Twitter, on X. He's joining us here on Westwood One Sports. We started the show talking about LeBron James and what he was able to do at age 41 in that series to get it done in 6 against the Rockets. We can get into their chances against the Thunder in a second, but just what he was able to do over the last week and a half or 2 weeks or so. I guess we shouldn't be surprised, right? Even at 41, he continues to amaze us.
Yeah. Nobody has played this well this late into their career. Jordan played later into his career, Kareem, other guys, frankly, in the GOAT conversation with those two, right? But they weren't this good. They weren't still LeBron is a top 20 player still in the league, top 25 at worst. I don't know how you want to break that down, but he is still a very good player, capable of, he can't sustain it over 82 anymore. But he can give you these moments. He can give you these games. He can take over a game still in a kind of wild way that it's just amazing to watch at that age, and for him to be able to do it in this moment. And frankly, almost demoralize the Rockets, right? They just came apart at the seams when that end of first to second quarter run happened. They were just a mess after that, and they couldn't. They couldn't hit anything.
I think after Luka and Austin Reeves went down, none of us expected the Lakers to make it out of the first round. And then, obviously, like we were just talking about, LeBron did what LeBron does. Now, I feel like for as little hope as we had for them in the first round against the Rockets, I think we have even less hope for the Lakers going into the second round. Obviously, you're playing a Thunder team that you lost to by an average of 22 points 4 times in the regular season. And this Thunder team is just, they're the reigning champs for a reason. What do you think is more likely? The Lakers steal a game in this series, or Luka Doncic comes back during the series?
Ooh. Luka, look, I'm LA based. I don't have. I'm not going to say that I have some great inside info here. I'll just say it looks like he is still a ways away, and I don't
Right.
know if he returns, like at what point in this series, and which gets to the other question there, which is how long is this series? If it's, I think they can steal one maybe because you get a strong LeBron night. Austin Reeves looked better in game 2, and now they get a handful of days off until they play on Tuesday and it starts going every other day. If he's getting back to normal, I think they could put together one night where DeAndre Ayton plays as well as Chet Holmgren or something. Like if everything coalesces for one night. But again, I've seen 2 of those games in person between them. They are light years behind where the Thunder are. And the Thunder are playing not only more talented and deeper and younger and more athletic and all that. They're just playing really good basketball right now. They're just really
right.
By the way, you think is their best chance to steal game 1 on the road because they've played more recently and OKC is going to be rusty?
Yeah.
Possibility.
I think it's fair.
I'm worried they're a little worn out, but that might be the game to get them.
Yeah, they're just. We've seen that before and not just here. College football playoffs or something where the break is so long the teams just come back a little rusty.
Yeah.
We're talking to Kurt Heelan here on Westwood One Sports. We haven't addressed the Timberwolves or the Spurs. They play Monday night in the Western Conference semifinals. Game 1, I looked at BetMGM. It looks like the Spurs are 13.5-point favorites. Ooh. As much as it was about the Nuggets coming up short. What did you see from Minnesota? We know the Anthony Edwards injury, of course, is the question around this one as well.
Yeah, that's the biggest question of when he can get back to try to make this thing a little more respectable. It's just Jaden McDaniels wasn't wrong when he was and they got no defenders, right? That last game was a layup line, right? It was just, you couldn't believe that was happening in an NBA game. Ain't gonna be that way. And even frankly, when Wemby's not on the floor, Castle and Harper and Keldon Johnson, all these guys defend. They defend top to bottom on that team. They bring in Luke Cornett, who's a solid backup. They've just got good defenders at every position all the time. And I don't know that Minnesota was able to score on Denver in a way they're just not going to be able to in this series. And when they get Edwards back, that obviously helps, but probably not enough. And it's probably too big a hole by the time he does come back.
The now Raptor so do you tonight with Boston and the 76ers? The 76ers, obviously, Boston is – I made the reference earlier that the 76ers are the Washington Generals to these Celtics
yes.
Globetrotters, right? They haven't beat them in a playoff series since 1982. For them to pull off – I'll just say it. It's the upset, not just in seeding, but
it's an upset.
In life, it would be an upset. What do the 76ers – what needs to go – right for them to do it if you had to pinpoint it to one specific thing?
Well, the biggest thing for me is the thing we've seen the last 2 games, which is, look, I get it. Embiid's drawing the headlines because he should. He has been fantastic the last 2 games on offense and all that. But what's really worked for them is that they have, with Embiid back there to protect the paint a little, they have gone all out on the front line, right? Chasing them off the 3-point line, not giving up easy threes. Don't let the Celtics start nailing threes because that's obviously it's no secret. That's what they want to do. They want to shoot 50 threes, and if they make 20 of them, and you're in a lot of trouble. But if they make 12, you got a chance, and that's really what it comes down to. They have to keep them from taking too many threes and making too many threes, which is easier said than done, but that's the plan. And then on offense, I thought the last game was great because they doubled Embiid, and he did a great job passing. Maxey thrived off of that. Edgecombe had his moments, but his gravity started to really open things up. I think we could have a really huge Tyrese Maxey game. If they're going to pull the upset, I think Maxey has a huge game, and their defense doesn't let. If Boston shoots 40% from 3, And I don't know if Philly can. The math isn't going to work for them.
Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports lead NBA writer, managing editor at Basketball Talk. If you don't already follow him over on Twitter and X, give him a follow. Appreciate the insight. Enjoy these Game 7s this weekend.
I'm looking forward to it. Is this a plug where I go, hey, two of them are on NBC? I'm supposed to do that just to keep my
yeah. There you go. No, the
Exactly.
NBC coverage has
There you
been
go.
fantastic.
It's been. I got to say, it's not just us, but between us and Amazon, I've really enjoyed the basketball coverage this year. I thought it's been.
No, it's been very good.
Yeah. So.
No, I think the NBA has
awesome.
to be thrilled with the new TV rights and how that has turned out. Appreciate Kurt joining us here on Westwood One Sports. Don't forget this segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Up next, let's talk a little Major League Baseball. 2 managers in the last week or so have been let go. What does it mean for the NL East in particular? Of course, the American League East as well. That's coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
Weatherholt's probably dreamed of this matchup. Swing and a drive. J.J. Weatherholt, another leadoff homer. How about that? The kid is all right. The hometown hero from Mars, Pennsylvania strikes again. Number 7 of the season. His second on the road in his career. His second here in Pittsburgh.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
It was one of the top prospects in baseball there, J.J. Weatherholt in the Cardinals, getting the home run off of Paul Skeens the other night on Cardinals.tv. J.J. Weatherholt is as advertised so far. It has been pretty special to see what he's been able to do for the Cardinals. Paul Skeens, it's weird, by Paul Skeens standards, it hasn't been his dominant start. It's so funny. We're like, I don't know about his start to the year. He's 4-2 with a 3.18 ERA. It's, it's just we're used to him having a 1.15 ERA right now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, and whatever it is, Paul Skeens, I don't know if that, remember we used to joke about the Cardinals' devil magic, how they would just pull wins out that they had no business winning, and they would get things over on teams, and they somehow still have a little bit of that devil magic in their little satchel, and they sprinkle it all over Paul Skeens whenever they face him, because he is now, I believe, 0-5 all time in his career against the Cardinals organization. Like, that's wild to me, because the Cardinals have not been good since Paul Skeens has come into the league. Like, they've been mediocre at best. Not this year, however. The Cardinals are on a tear right now. I swept all 4 games in Pittsburgh during the week, and then just last night they handed it to the Dodgers in St. Louis, 7-2 or 3 was the final. The Cardinals are low key getting on a mini run right now here in May, and it's I don't want to say watch out, but they're only they're in second or third in the division by only just a couple of games now. They're 1 game back of the Reds and Cubs in the Central.
Yeah, we're about, I think after this weekend, we'll be 20% or so through the MLB season. We talk about when is it early, when it's not early anymore, but we'll be 20% through, at least most teams will, based on games played by the time we get to Monday afternoon. The big story, though, in baseball in the last week or so has been 2 managerial firings. We know first it was Alex Cora and the Red Sox, clearing house, and then this week, I think it was on Monday, it was Rob Thompson, the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies, let go. That in hockey, we see managers in the first month, or coaches in the first month, get canned. In the NBA, fairly early. It's kind of odd. We don't see baseball managers usually get fired at 20%, less than 20% of the way through an MLB season. And I understand, look, if you're in those individual cities, you might have thought it was time for change. Rob Thompson's the one that kind of surprises me. I think that's more, what has happened there is more on the front office than it is Rob Thompson. This is a guy that his first year, of course, they were in the World Series. They've been winning 90 games in back-to-back seasons. And you look at the team this year, I think the front office failed Rob Thompson more than Rob Thompson failed the Philadelphia Phillies.
If I was a Red Sox fan, I would seriously be considering whether or not I'm on the TV show Punk'd, or if I'm on Impractical Jokers, because that front office continues to make head-scratching decision after head-scratching decision. It started all the way back when they traded away Mookie Betts. Last year, obviously, the big trade was Rafael Devers when he was one of the hottest hitters, definitely the hottest hitter on that team. And then now this year, you're firing Alex Cora. And I would say Alex Cora is probably one of the last people in that franchise who's responsible for the start that they've gotten out to. Every Red Sox fan will tell you it has been the roster construction is the issue. The team's just not good. You can't pin that blame on Alex Cora. And then if you're going to pin that blame on Alex Cora, to fire him and the entire staff, that makes no sense. Like, because normally it's like you fire a manager, bench coach steps up and becomes the interim. You fire literally the entire staff. Like, what are the Red Sox doing? And like, I actually credit the Mets of all teams, who have, I believe, the worst record in baseball as we stand right here.
10-21.
They came out and they said they do not intend to move on from their manager, Carlos Mendoza, which I think is actually the move that should happen. Because if you go back, kind of like you said, Alex, you said that, MLB teams don't normally fire their managers this early in the season. For one, you have the benefit of saying, well, it's a long season. But I mean, and the New York Mets look no further than them. Just 2 seasons ago, the last year that they made the playoffs, they started the year 22-33, and they were a blubbering mess for the first third of the season. And then in the summer, they go on a 67-40 run and go on a 9-game winning streak to end the season. They sweep the Yankees in the Subway Series, and they clinch a playoff spot, and they go all the way to the NLCS that year. That can happen in baseball, which is why I don't think you should fire. The White Sox, when they had their record 41 wins, 121 losses just 2 seasons ago, they didn't fire their manager the entire season. In fact, they topped the New York Mets' old record from 1962 of 120 losses. And that 1962 Mets team did not fire their manager in the season, Casey Stengel. They kept him on board the whole year. So I do not understand teams like the Red Sox and now the Phillies for firing a manager this early into a season. If you did not feel good about him, let him go before the season. Make a move in the offseason before you go into the year with him at the helm. You do not make just brash decisions in a season when, like you said, we're only 20% of the way into the season.
Yeah, I think it has to be some sort of historic streak. You mentioned the White Sox, Pedro Grifol, their manager, they lost 21 in a row. Okay, something like that happens, you got to fire the manager. That's what happened with the White Sox. But this was not like Alex Cora and the Red Sox had lost 20 in a row or 15 in a row. It wasn't like Rob Thompson and the Phillies had lost 15 or 20 in a row in embarrassing fashion or anything like that. So I was surprised by both moves. We'll see. It's easy still right now to say the Mets don't intend to move on from Carlos Mendoza, but you're in New York. If we fast forward another month from now or something and it doesn't get any better, then I think absolutely that still could still be in play for the New York Mets. But it is, quote unquote, early for a lot of teams out there. But I think this has been, I don't know if it's a new trend that we're going to see happen moving forward, but I also believe that some of it is the market we're talking about. You notice there are 2 East Coast markets. It's a little bit different. These were a Phillies team that had the 6th highest payroll in all of baseball. I think all that also goes into the conversation. If you're a team that is towards the bottom of the league in payroll or middle of the road and you're underachieving, less likely to see the manager fired than a team that's got ownership paying a payroll that has them around $200 million or north of $200 million.
Yeah, I do think it's so funny that teams like that where they try and pass blame to everyone but the mirror, right? It's like granted, you do have teams like the Philadelphia Phillies and the New York Mets who are, in top 5 of spending in all of baseball, and they're not producing the results. But yeah, when you've got, the Red Sox, they could be spending more. The Cubs, up until this year, were a team that you could argue were they should be spending like a major market franchise because they could, but they just weren't. I would even say the St. Louis Cardinals are another team, even for as hot as they've been lately, winners of 5 straight. That should be a team that maybe they're not a top market in the country. I think they're in the mid-20s market size, but they have a national following that gives them the payroll and the benefits, and they own a lot of real estate there in St. Louis. They have the money-making opportunities to spend more money, but they don't. And it's just become a cash grab for a lot of ownership teams in baseball, and it's frustrating when they don't produce the results and they point at everyone else but the mirror.
BetMGM players will receive an MLB Odds Boost token and MLB Parlay Boost token this weekend. To use the token, add MLB Bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you'll receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. That is, of course, over at BetMGM. All right, coming up next, we're going to get right back into the NBA a little bit. We've got Game 7 tonight. I also want to talk about the ponies. Austin, we got to talk about the ponies. The Kentucky Derby is a couple hours away from Churchill Downs. We did have a horse scratch this morning. Where does this one stack up on the old bucket list? I got a friend of mine that's going for the second year in a row, which props to them. That's how much they loved it. I just want to know, where does this one rank out? Have you been to Churchill Downs? We'll get to that next here on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
2 o'clock out east here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on Westwood One Sports. We are live on the Odyssey app, Westwood One Sports app, affiliates across the country, and over on SiriusXM channel 375. And if you don't know, the show also is video streamed each and every week over on YouTube and over on Twitch. Just search BetMGM Tonight. You can see my man Austin Huff back from a vacation on the beach. He's very, very tan. He's got the golden glow going right now as well if you want to watch on the video stream. We will get to some more NBA in just a bit with Game 7 coming up tonight, including an update on a player that may not be available for Game 7. Significant news that's coming up in just a second. I mentioned right before break, though, the Kentucky Derby is what? What are we now? 5 hours away? About 5 hours away or so from post time, 6:57 Eastern time from Churchill Downs. And we did have a horse scratched earlier today. That would be the Puma. The favorite, though, Renegade 5-1. So Happy 5-1. Commandment 5-1. Further Ado 6-1. And then a couple other horses we can get into as well. I don't know if you're going to be making a bet on this. I wanted to ask just more about the Derby as a whole, because a guy that you actually co-hosted with last week when I was out, Carrington Harrison, who was filling in for me, he's at the Derby today. I've already seen on his IG, he's posting photos all dressed up and as everybody does at Churchill Downs. It's the second year in a row he has gone. Is that a bucket list place for you? I've been to Churchill Downs, but not Derby weekend. I just happened to be in Louisville for a different reason, and so I wanted to see the track, and I did. I want to go to a Kentucky Derby, but I don't know. I'm trying to think, where on the list is it? You know, I've been spoiled, admittedly, with some opportunities because of what we do for work, that I have got to go to Super Bowl, Final Four, and some other pretty cool events. But Masters is number one on the list for me. Like, bucket list, that is right now my number one, and college football national title games number two. Where's the Derby? I think the Derby for me is like 5 or 6.
Okay, I'll tell you right now, the Derby should be way higher on your list to go.
Okay.
I had the opportunity to go probably a little over 10 years ago, and it was one of the coolest just spectacles in sports. Another one I would put high on your list is the Indianapolis 500, another thing that we'll get at the end of this month. The Indy 500, whether you're into auto racing or not, go to the Indy 500. It is one of the coolest things, and we're talking about race cars. It's better than NASCAR because they're these literal rockets averaging 250 miles per hour. They're going around a 2.5 mile track in 8 seconds. It's insane how quickly they go. But back to the Derby, it is also a wonderful event. And I'm not just saying that because when I went, I had media access and I was in the grandstands, and I may or may not have passed and brushed arms with and locked eyes with one Lauren Conrad of the Hills fame. Carrington and I talked about it last week. I may or may not have, I told my wife in that moment, hey, just so you know, like, you're lucky to be with me because I'm getting oogled by LC from Laguna Beach at the Derby. And yeah, so we had a moment there. But even if I didn't have that moment with her at the Derby, it would have been it is an incredibly cool event. Just the dress that everyone wears, the traditions that go into it. We say it, 6:57 p.m. Eastern is when it starts, but there's all the hoopla of, you got to play My Old Kentucky Home, and you got to do, with the trumpet call before. Like, there's so much tradition and pageantry that goes into it that it usually pushes that start time back a little bit. And then before you know it, the 2 minutes, it's all the whole day is built up for 2 minutes. And it goes by so quickly, but it is truly a remarkable thing to experience. And the intensity when they're coming down that home stretch, you just feel the thousands of people in the grandstands at Churchill Downs, just all just like locked in to what's going to happen and cheering. And it is truly exhilarating. I can't put into words just how great it is.
Fastest 2 minute in sports. I've been to a horse track or two before, but nothing, of course, like the Kentucky Derby. It's on the list. Like, trust me, I've looked into it. I need to do it. I've heard the infield, if you end up doing that, that's quite the experience, as long as it's not a muddy mess or rainy all day. Otherwise, the infield's fun.
Right.
Or you go all out, and like you said, maybe you get some better tickets, or maybe I'll just I'll go ahead and pull an Austin Huff, and I'll just try to get a credential, maybe, and I'll just go. And I'll just be a media member and just go that way. I'll use the access.
Yeah, there was also a star. Oh, I forget what his name was. He's an actor, but he looks so much like Bruno Mars, and we spent most of the day trying to figure out if it was Bruno Mars or not, because he had these large aviators on, and yeah, it's just like, because you'll see celebrities just walking around willy nilly, and that paired with the incredible dress of everyone, the hats that the women wear, it's really it's unlike anything else. I encourage every sports fan, whether you're into horse racing or not, same thing with the Indy 500. If you're into auto racing or not, go experience those two events at least once in your life, and it will change your entire viewpoint on all of sports.
That's good to hear. Yeah, Indy 500 would be it just would be you're saying it should be higher. For me, it would be a little bit further down. I still like Masters is number 1. Derby maybe should be number 2 or 3. College football national title game or a national semifinal. I will say the Final Four is incredible as long as you have good enough seats. Otherwise, it's not worth going. But Final Four weekend is insane. Super Bowl, I will tell you this. I know the price is insane, right? And I would not have been able to go if it wasn't for what I do for a living. So I totally understand why some people might say, okay, that's crazy. I'm not spending $5,000, $10,000 on a ticket. But I must say that the biggest misconception around the Super Bowl, and I thought this the first time I went, was, oh, it's corporate-y. Nobody cares. It's all the suits. Could not be further from the truth, man. It is loud. Fans are passionate. I've got to go to 3 of them. And the atmosphere has been sensational in every single one. I would rate. There's some that have been better than others, but this idea that like there's no fans there and that's BS. It is an unbelievable atmosphere at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I'll say this: had I never gone to the Derby or the 500, I would have said those would have been further down on my list too. Like they wouldn't have interested me. But after going, I'm like, yeah, like that's why like I just sing their praises, because I'm the same way. Like it would have been 6, 7, maybe 8 on my list of like things to cross out on my bucket list until I experienced it. Then I'm like, oh, okay, my eyes were open to it. Have you gotten a chance to see the full list of horses that we've got in running in today's Derby?
I do not have the full list in front of me. Is there a name or two that stands out for you?
Well, no, I'm actually glad you don't, because I would love to play a real quick game with you, if that's okay.
Let's do it.
All right. I've got a list of horses, and I want you to just tell me if it is a Kentucky Derby horse or if it is a made-up name.
Okay, I like this. Okay, let's do it.
It's an exercise I love playing every time this year, because the names of these horses are just absolutely ridiculous. But we'll start here. Wonder Dean. Is it a Kentucky Derby horse or made-up name?
Wonder Dean doesn't make sense, so I'll say that one actually is not.
Ooh, I'm sorry, that is incorrect. It is actually a Kentucky Derby horse. Yeah.
Okay. Wonder
What
Dean.
about sliced bread? Sliced bread.
All right, no, you made that up. Stop. Sliced bread is not a Kentucky Derby horse. Stop.
I did make that one up. You are right.
That was too much. That was too much.
What about Right to Party?
Ooh. No, I think that I will say that as a horse. In fact, that should be owned by Travis Kelce. That should be their horse, but that was Puma, I think, that they owned that got scratched.
Yeah, they bought into the wrong. Yeah, they bought into the wrong horse. That is correct. That is a right horse. I'll do 2 more here. Okay. Vivacious.
I'll say that's a Derby horse. I'll say that's one of the 18 or 19 that are running today. I'll say that's a Derby horse.
That is one that I made up. And last but not least,
all right,
Bolo tie. Bolo tie.
Oh, Bolo tie?
Yeah.
You made that.
Kentucky Derby
That's made up
or made up?
No, you made that one up. You made that one up.
Yeah, did I?
Yes.
Final answer?
Yeah, final answer.
That is a made-up name. Well done. Well done. You actually did pretty good.
Okay.
That is a hard game, right? Like it's because you go down the list every single year. I mean, like we've got Pavlovian, Great White, 6-Speed, Emerging Market, some of the horses running today. And I think one of my favorite things, even more than the dress and the pomp and circumstance that surrounds what goes down at Churchill Downs the first Saturday in May every year. It is the names of the horses are the thing that just are my absolute favorite thing, I think, in all of sports. Because, I mean, like if I said Giraffe's Neck, is that a Kentucky Derby horse or is that a made-up name?
I mean, it truly could be either or. So, to your point, I have no idea.
That's a made-up name. But that's my point, right?
But it could have been. Yeah, I mean, it absolutely could be a
been.
horse. You and I dropped the ball today, though. I just realized we should because there's a cool Kentucky Derby party in town here happening in Kansas City today where everybody's dressing up. We should have gone all out. We should have dressed up like Kentucky Derby attire. We dropped the ball here. Yeah, we messed up.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're gonna be talking Kentucky Derby with Patrick Everson a little bit later in the 3 o'clock hour. Maybe I'm at home right now, so maybe I'll run and throw on like a fancy blazer or something. I'll doll it up for Patrick Everson.
Yeah, you should do that. I'm not able, unless around the studio that I'm at, unless there just happens to be suits and ties and hats that I don't know of in the building, which you never know.
Yeah, just find the most ridiculous hat. Yeah, it's a sports talk radio station. You got to have a ridiculous hat lying around somewhere.
There might be a hat somewhere.
Grab that for that segment.
I'll see what I can find. We will, as you said, get into some of the Derby odds with Patrick Everson coming up next hour. I do want to pivot, though, to the NBA. There is some semi-breaking news coming out in the last half hour or so around Game 7 tonight. Celtics and Sixers in Boston. We know Philadelphia is trying to be the 14th team ever in playoff history to come back down 3-1 in a series. Jason Tatum's been downgraded to questionable for tonight with a knee injury. Left knee stiffness is where things are at for Jason Tatum. Of course, significant. Now, it doesn't mean he won't play tonight, but the fact that he got downgraded and is questionable, of course, not a great sign for the Celtics in a must-win game. Have we seen much line movement on this since this news came out? I know earlier today they were, I want to say 8.5-point favorites. 7.5 right now is what I'm seeing. So if I'm correct on what it opened at or was sitting at today when we started the show, it's gone down about a point. The Celtics still significant favorites, though.
Yeah, Tatum, he's averaged 23, 10, and 6 in the playoffs this year and shooting, almost 48% from the field and 36.5 from 3, which that last number I think is the most important number because for the Celtics to win tonight, they've got to shoot over 40% in the playoffs. They are 17-1 when they shoot 40% or better, and 19-19 when it shoots under 40%, including 4-9 when it shoots under 30%. So that to me is like the stat right there. They've got to find open looks. They've got to find a shot. Oh, we talked to was it Kurt Thielen earlier today? I was talking about or Kurt Thielen, basketball talk, talking about how. He believes like the Celtics need to get open looks. They need to their ball movement is the biggest thing for tonight. And if you lose Jason Tatum, I mean that's a huge shot to that stat. And I think that evens the playing field for a Sixers team that is confident as hell. That they've come out of nowhere. I don't think anyone came into this series expecting the Sixers to do anything.
Nope.
And here they are forcing a Game 7 at TD Garden tonight. And now with the potential of not having Jason Tatum on the court, like that's a huge blow to the Celtics and a huge upswing for a 76ers team that's been on an upswing for the last 2 games.
This is why you got to wrap up a series when you got the advantage the way the Celtics had it. Now you extend it out to a 7th, and suddenly the knee becomes a problem. Now, let's say Tatum plays, okay? Because there's a chance he still plays. He's questionable. It is a Game 7. Even if he plays, though, what Jason Tatum are we getting? We discussed earlier the history in Game 7s. This is a Tatum that's still coming back from the serious injury anyway. Now he's having left knee stiffness. What version of Tatum are we getting tonight? Historically, he's been amazing in Game 7s. He scored, 53 points against the Sixers in a Game 7 in 2023, I think it was. That was probably never going to happen anyway. But they don't need even 30 points from him tonight. But what version of Tatum are they going to get if, in fact, he even plays tonight? I think that's a big worry for them. The market, though, is only adjusted by a point. This is still a game at TD Garden, as you said, raucous environment. And if Boston can go ahead and get out to an early lead, I think they're right. The question will be is if the Sixers keep it close and sustain the early adrenaline and emotions of the crowd and everything, and you're sitting there at halftime, and if it's a 3 or 4 point game, or heck, if the Sixers somehow have the lead, then the pressure is really ramped up, and that building gets quiet at that point in time, and people start to get nervous energy.
Yeah, no, I think the vibe in that building is going to play a big hand in tonight's game. If the Celtics can get out to an early lead, it will be rocking. But if they don't, that Boston crowd may as well be a 6th defender for the 76ers.
Oh, yeah. Shams
did say that Jason Tatum told teammates after the game that he's fine and he's good to go, but that was immediately after the game, and this is left knee stiffness that we're dealing with. So a lot of time has passed since the end of that Sixers game just a couple of nights ago. That knee could have locked up, and I'd probably bet that's why he was downgraded to questionable. So you're right. If he does play, there is still that question mark of what Jason Tatum are you getting, and they need Jason Tatum. They need his shooting, they need his rebounding, they need his passing tonight. And if he's not 100%, my goodness, he's going to have to step it up and play as close to if the Celtics want to get out of this series alive.
7:30 tip-off tonight in Boston. Philadelphia, a now 7.5 point underdog against Boston, and Jason Tatum questionable with left knee stiffness. All right, coming up next, let's keep talking more NBA postseason. Couple games tomorrow in the Game 7s, and also what does the future hold for the Denver Nuggets? That's coming up right here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Hanging out here on a Saturday afternoon. It is BetMGM Game Day. Austin Huff, Alex Gold with you here on Westwood One Sports. You guys can call and text 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Show always streaming on YouTube and Twitch as well if you want to watch the show. And don't forget, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. So we've talked a lot about tonight's Game 7 in Boston and keeping an eye on the injury status of Jason Tatum. We got 2 Game 7s tomorrow, and that's because the Orlando Magic gave up the lead, to say the least. That's a nice way of putting it, last night against the Detroit Pistons. Historical fashion, right? It was, I believe, the largest deficit overcome in this century, in 40 years, as a matter of fact. And that's what Detroit Pistons were able to do to force the Game 7 in Detroit tomorrow afternoon, where the Pistons, at last check, we'll get an updated line here. Yeah, 8.5-point favorites are Detroit. 3:40 tip-off tomorrow for a Game 7. The total sitting at 202.5. And I understand what our guest said, last hour, which was, hey, Game 7s, weird stuff happens, right? And weird stuff, no doubt, does happen in a Game 7. But I really firmly believe that the Magic blew their opportunity, man. Like, I really think that's the case. This was a Pistons team that is clearly the better team entering the series, which does not guarantee you anything. But when you look like you're about to get eliminated and the Magic have a chance to step on your throat and end the series, and you're still the underdog if you're the Magic, you have to seal the deal, and they didn't. And now Cade Cunningham and the Pistons fan base are going to be fired up, to say the least, and Orlando has to go on the road. And you're right, they won a Game 1, but the intensity is at a different level now in this series. The Pistons are wide awake. They're not sleepwalking through a Game 1. I think there's a real chance Detroit wins this one comfortably tomorrow against Orlando.
So you're saying, like a bad marriage, the Magic is dead? Yeah?
I lost my audio hearing you. That's fine.
Oh,
yeah,
I lost his. Alex lost his. Alex lost his audio. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I say, in the words of the great Lee Corso, not so fast, my friend. Because
what smack were you trying to say? I'm not trying to ignore you. What kind of smack were you trying to say? I got my headphones back. I lost my IFB.
I asked you if, like a bad marriage, you think the Magic is dead.
Oh, geez, that's so bad. That's so bad.
No. You know what's so bad is your take on my Orlando Magic, or my soon-to-be Orlando Magic, because once they beat the Pistons,
buy the jersey now. You know how confident you are. Here. You know what? If you're not willing to bet, Austin, if you're not willing to bet on your Magic to actually win the game on the money line at plus 260, go buy a jersey right now. Go buy the jersey now. Pre-buy the jersey. Pre-order it.
First of all, I said that they're not my Magic until after the first series. I've stood by that. I'm a man of my word. I have said that since before the NBA playoffs started. If they get out of this first round against the Pistons, I will be all in on the Magic. And I'm going to hold to my word. But this series is like, do you ever see those videos at the end of a marathon when you've got the guy running a marathon and he's coming down the last 100 yards left to go in his 26.2 miles that he's run, and you've got someone gaining ground on him, right? You got someone like they've got a head of speed coming, and the person that's in the lead is like going a pretty quick pace, but you just see the person behind them just catching up to him. And once they finally do catch up, or once they catch wind that there is someone behind them gaining on them, what do? They get that second wind, and they go
Where was
a little
that
bit faster.
last night, Austin? Where was the second wind last night? They didn't think the Pistons were catching up on them last night to wrap up the series. Where was the second wind then?
I stand by my take, dude. You don't realize how hard it is to play in Orlando. Okay, there are way too many distractions. I mean, have you ever been to Blizzard Beach? Have you ever been to Typhoon Lagoon? Have you ever been to Disney's Animal Kingdom? There are so many distractions there. There's a Ripley's, believe it or not. I'm pretty sure there's a pretty good Rainforest Cafe down there. There's just so many distractions in Orlando. What they needed to do was get out of Dodge, get to Detroit, and focus in and lock in. And they're going to win Game 7 in Detroit just like they won Game 1 in Detroit to set the tone for this entire series. The Magic is not dead. Ask
you want to make a wager?
Marriage family therapist around the country. They'll tell you the Magic can always be restored.
You want to make a wager? I'm all about making a wager. I know you don't feel confident in betting the money line, but let's come up with something. I don't know. I mean, we got to come up with something. It sounds like you and I are clearly on opposite sides of this game tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay. I don't know. Whoever loses has to do the opening segment of next week's show with their shirt off. How about that?
Well, I won't be here next week. Won't be here next week.
Then
I'm
in
having
2 weeks.
Bad timing. Yeah, bad timing.
No. Wait. How about this? Since you're having surgery, if you lose, you still have to do the show well after having surgery.
I could hop on video briefly. I won't be able to do a whole show. I'm gonna have stints up my nose, not breathing. I don't think that'll be a good thing.
That's what the people want to see.
Surgery. Yeah. We can come. I don't know if I can do that. We can. I was gonna offer. I was gonna offer to buy you the Magic jersey if they won, and if not, you gotta buy me something.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I like that because I need when the Magic win, I don't know how I'm going to explain it to my wife that I just dropped $150 on a jersey of a team that I don't usually follow regularly. At least not since Nick Anderson missed those free throws in the 90s.
Because I am, back in the team that's the favorite here, we can even it out. I mean, even if it's the $150 jersey, maybe even if it's I Venmo you half the cost of the jersey or something, or vice versa.
Okay.
That way you're not. Maybe we come up with something like that. You're getting the jersey one way or the other, as our guy Max points out. You need this jersey. I just want to know how confident you are. I think you should honestly go on to Fanatics right now and order the jersey ahead of time, since that way you'll have it ready to go for the next series in time, since you're so confident.
I am a man of my word, and I said that if they beat Detroit, I am all in on the Magic. I will be as insufferable as Kevin Clark is on his This Is Football podcast, talking about forcing some Orlando Magic talk into everyday conversation.
So that is the first game tomorrow. We got another game 7 though tomorrow evening, and that of course is Cleveland and Toronto. That'll be a 7:30 tip-off over on NBC and Peacock. The Cavs are 7.5-point favorites. This one is a completely different feel for me though, where here I am telling you that hey, the Pistons are going to win Game 7. The Magic couldn't close it out. In this series, I don't have the same sense, oh, man, the Cavs weren't able to close it out. The Raptors hit a crazy shot late. I still think Cleveland will end up winning this particular game. It's a much different vibe with this for me, just because of, one, the nature of how RJ Barrett, I mean, it's a great shot to him, but we all watched the shot, right? Like it was a heck of a shot that the rim was clearly working in their favor on that particular shot to go down. I still think while we can talk bigger picture about James Harden and Donovan Mitchell and how far they can go, I think Cleveland at home is able to get this done, even though they're the ones that blew the series other than the Pistons trying to come back against the Magic. I think it's just a little bit different dynamic. I think both the teams that were favorites heading into the series will win tomorrow. And so you asked our guest the question of the lower seeds, how many of the Game 7s are going to go in their favor. I think 2 of them are happening tomorrow. I think both the home teams that are favorites win in a Game 7.
Yeah, everything had to go perfect for the Raptors for them to force a Game 7, right? Like you win on a buzzer beater that you got, it was like an angels in the outfield type of direction of the basketball bouncing off the back rim and then going back in. That's what, like, I was looking for Christopher Lloyd somewhere, flapping his arms after that thing fell in. But then on top of that, you have RJ Barrett going off for 29 or 24 points. You got Scotty Barnes going off for 25 points, shooting over 50%. Jacoby Walter shooting over 50%, 24 points. Like, those 3 guys just went off. And for them to replicate that, I mean, and that was all just to win by 2 in overtime. So much had to go right for the Raptors. And then you have to replicate that on the road in Cleveland, which is going to be a hostile environment. I think hopefully Donovan Mitchell kind of shows up. James Harden, is going to be good for at least 25 points probably. So, you really do, if you are the Raptors, you have to play even, in my opinion, more flawless in Game 7 than you did in Game 6. And you played flawless in Game 6 and still only won by the 2 points in overtime. So I just think more than the final shots bouncing off the back iron, things need to fall in the right way for the Raptors in Game 7 for them to pull this out.
I also, will we see on the Cleveland side, will we see Donovan Mitchell step it up? I understand he had second most points on his team last game, but he's been disappointing in this series, and so I agree, with what you're saying too about, James Harden and what they need out of him. They actually don't need James Harden to go out there and be the best player on the floor. They don't need that to win this series. I think the Cavs have still a lot going for them in this particular game against Toronto tomorrow night. I know it's a very similar spread as the early game, but I believe Cleveland will be able to get this thing done, and I think we'll see a better performance out of Donovan Mitchell as well.
Yeah, I agree. The last Game 7, I guess the one tonight, Celtics 76ers. Where are you leaning in this one? Obviously we talked about the Tatum questionability. Yeah, are you leaning one way or the other tonight?
From a betting angle, I'll take the Sixers to cover the 8.5. I think if I had to take an outright winner, I'll go with Boston. It's at TD Garden. Yes, the Tatum injury is huge. We got to keep an eye on that, but it's still more about Jaylen Brown than anything else in this particular game tonight. I just want to see the first, probably, I'll say 10 minutes, first quarter of this game to have a better feel. Maybe I would fire a money line bet on Philly at that point. But heading in right now, I'm more confident betting them plus 8.5 than I would on the money line. I don't think at 2-1 I would put money on Philadelphia. I think a lot of the favorites, were favorites for a reason heading into these series. And in this case, they're the home team. And so I think the favorites in these game sevens will get it done. Unlike what we have seen maybe in the past. I think we're going to see, if Jason Tatum plays, I think we're going to see a very limited Tatum, which is why I could see the Sixers covering. But I'll go ahead and take Boston. Are you taking Philly to win outright?
It's so hard because think about this. I've never in my life, neither of us in our lifetimes, Alex, have ever seen the 76ers beat the Boston Celtics in the playoffs ever. 1982 was the last time they did it. So that is like you remember like when like Manning couldn't beat Brady, or it's like in your backyard, Josh Allen can't beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. That is the 76ers to the Boston Celtics. And as much as I want to say that they've got the momentum and now with the Tatum news, like things are falling their direction, there's still that overarching bit of, what was it? Joel Embiid back in 2018 said they always kick our ass. And like, he's not wrong. Like the Celtics have something on the 76ers that they just can't overcome. And I'm not to say that it's going to be like that forever. There, at some point, the pin's got to drop or the other shoe's got to fall or whatever the saying is. I think that could be tonight. So I really want to pick the 76ers, but I'm terrified to do so, to be honest with you. It's
7:30
like calling a sweep
off.
and saying it's going to be go 5, right? It's kind of the same vibes to that. Like I want to say Sixers, but I don't know. I can't just based off of history.
Get our answer later on tonight there from TD Garden Arena in Boston. All right, up next, a fascinating story around a guy that could have been the starting quarterback for the favorite to win the Big 12, Brendan Thorsby. Gambling addiction, that's what he is saying. He's seeking treatment. What does it mean for his future? Could it be the NFL? How much trouble is Cincinnati in? A lot to get into with this. We'll do it next on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action at BetMGM when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. We will get back into some NBA action coming up in 15 minutes or so. Patrick Everson will talk a little Kentucky Derby, NBA postseason. How about the Stanley Cup playoffs, which have been terrific as well? We got a couple of deciding series coming up, or games deciding series coming up. In fact, we also have a game one starting later on tonight with the Philadelphia Flyers and the Carolina Hurricanes. And then tomorrow we've got a game 7 with the Montreal Canadiens and the Tampa Bay Lightning. Also game 1 with the Wild and Avalanche. So we'll get into some hockey as well with Patrick Everson coming up in just a bit. But I do want to get to a story that broke during this week, surprising, I think, everybody. And it has massive ramifications for this college football season. Also, really what could happen for Cincinnati, what could happen in the NFL moving forward with the supplemental draft, and that is Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby is reportedly entering a gambling addiction program, according to Pete Thamel. He is one of the top transfer portal targets of this past offseason for a Tech team that was and still is a Big 12 favorite. And his decision to seek treatment, according to this report from Pete Thamel, came in the wake of the discovery that he made thousands of online bets on a variety of sports via gambling apps, which jeopardized his eligibility with Texas Tech. And some of the details that have come out, I don't see how he'll ever play in college football again, frankly. He reportedly bet on Indiana football while redshirting for the Hoosiers as a true freshman back in 2022. He did play a single game as a reserve. The bets in 2022, according to sources, were on Indiana to win. None came in a game in which he appeared. This is different than the other gambling stories that have come out in the last year or two, right? Where a player was influenced by someone from the outside to throw a game, or this is not what was happening here. This was an individual that appears to be addicted to gambling that was betting a large amount of individual bets, not dollar amount, but individual bets on a daily basis. And I don't know if you read this whole thing the same way I did. Look, gambling addiction is a real thing. People certainly can get addicted to gambling. And if that's what happened here, I wish him the best. I also don't think, though, that he enters said program and it all comes out the same time if we didn't also know that the NCAA was going to investigate him, and he is likely going to be ruled ineligible for college football. And I think this is also a long-term play on the football side where ideally he goes to this program, he gets the help he needs, and the hope is that an NFL team will take a shot on him in the NFL supplemental draft. I think his college career is over.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, and it's tough. Look, I'm glad he's getting the help that he needs, because like that's a tough pill to swallow in and of itself. Sure. It's just like taking that first step to seek the help, and I do think this is, it's a rising issue, not just among men and women in our country right now, but also within college athletics. It kind of reminds me. So I used to work for this company that they had a deal with Uber, right? So they sent out a company-wide email and they say, hey, we've got this new deal with Uber. Feel free to take Ubers on our business account. So whenever I would go to a work-related function, I would take the Uber. Now, Alex, I don't know if I can speak for you, but, in radio, you tend to have a lot of work functions, both out and out, and especially when you work in music radio like I do, you're going to concerts, you're going to events, you're meeting listeners and things, and so I would take the Ubers all the time, and after a while, they realized, oh, hey, we're paying a lot of money, with this Uber business account. Like, what's going on? They do an audit. They ask us to reveal the reasons we took all of the Ubers. So I revealed the reasons, and and they were all work related, so I had no problem doing that. But then they, after a while, they were like, okay, you can't use the Uber business account anymore. And it had all the feelings of like kind of sports betting today, because, they were like, oh, hey, we've got this brand new partnership with Uber. Use the Ubers. And then you use the Ubers and they're like, well, what the hell are you doing using the Ubers? And everywhere you look in sports marketing today, or sports programming, sports content, sports games even, what do you see? You see the BetMGMs of the world. You see all of the the sports betting companies promoting and advertising within the actual sports. But then we get mad when these athletes and these young players and these young men are getting caught up in these gambling scandals. It's almost like Tim Robinson in a hot dog suit. Like, we're all trying to find the guy that did this. And look, is it wrong? Should Brendan Sorsby be held to punishment? For sure. Yes. You do not bet on your own team. You do not. I think the NCAA has guidelines. You're allowed to bet within sport at your own school.
That's right. Yeah.
Of what? Yeah. So with that, it's not. I just feel like it's a weird state we're in. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg for this. I think we're going to hear so many more Brendan Sorsby stories coming out because of the ease and how commonplace it is into society today. And I think you're going to have guys like with the PEDs, when they unknowingly took PEDs. I think you're going to have guys that are like kind of unknowingly betting on sports that they didn't know. Like, look, oh, I was just, I'm the quarterback for Nebraska, but I was betting on Nebraska volleyball. I didn't realize that would be an issue, and they're going to get pegged for that. So I think you're going to Brendan Sorsby's going to be the face because he was the first, but I think you're going to get a lot more Brendan Sorsby's down the road.
Yeah, look, I think we'd be naive to think that he's the only college athlete that is betting. And in this case, again, the problem isn't just the overall betting for him. It sounds like he got addicted to it, right? He was betting, according to some of the reports, 20 plus bets a day and going to Cincinnati Reds games and betting on balls and strikes and some of the more degenerate type activity or addictive type activity, if you will, within the betting landscape. I will say, though, I will tell you, I know why the answer, and I know what the answer is, but from a moral end of it, it is pretty messed up that we're having a conversation on the NFL side because there's the supplemental draft, right, that I think Sorsby is going to have to try to enter in a year. And will a team be willing to give up? It's a blind bidding system. If you bid a 4th round pick, it takes a 4th round pick from the actual draft. That's how this works. So is there a team that's willing to do that? And if the answer is, well, the NFL's not going to want to touch them because of the gambling and because, the integrity of the sport is so important, et cetera. I get it, but isn't it pretty crazy that because someone might have a gambling addiction, they may not be able to go get drafted in the NFL, but if somebody has DUIs or somebody beats up their girlfriend or whatever, they can get drafted still. Yeah. It's pretty screwed up. So I think he should have an opportunity to play in the NFL at some point. I understand, though, he can't play college football again. The rules are very clear on that. He cannot play college football again, in my opinion. But he should absolutely have an opportunity. This was a guy that some of the quote-unquote experts said, Austin, he would have been, in this year's draft class, he would have been a top 10 pick.
Yeah, probably. Honestly. And now, I mean, there's so many layers to this. What does Texas Tech do? Because Texas Tech was, what was their record last year? They were in the CFP. They're a favorite to win the conference this year. Right. Yeah. Like, and they were just a quarterback away, and they thought that was the missing piece. I mean, they spent, and Texas Tech got that oil money, spending millions of dollars on their roster, right, and they made the turnaround. You saw what that can do in college athletics, and they go out and they get Brendan Sorsby, they get their quarterback, and now this happens. Like, I don't even know what they do at the quarterback position now for Texas Tech. So there's just so many layers to unpack for this. I will say, I do think the Cleveland Browns should, if they go supplemental draft, they should just offer the farm for Brendan Sorsby. Add another quarterback to that roster, Browns. So you might as well. And if we all know you love quarterbacks with drama and baggage attached to them, so Browns, I think Brendan Sorsby is your next Cleveland Brown quarterback.
Nobody's been taken in the supplemental draft since 2019. We'll see if, in fact, Brendan Sorsby is somebody that goes that path moving forward. All right, up next, let's talk NBA postseason. We'll talk more about this story as well with Patrick Everson, senior reporter for Vegas Insider and contributor over at Fox Sports. Next.
kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Final hour back here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Of course, you can watch the show over on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us as we are just a couple hours away from the Kentucky Derby. Post time just before 7 Eastern. We've got NBA playoff game 7 in Boston tonight. We're going to get into all that with our guest right now. It's good to have this man back on the show, Patrick Everson from Vegas Insider, of course, contributor over at Fox Sports. Hopefully you already follow him on Twitter and X at @PatrickE_Vegas. We were just talking, Patrick, about the Brendan Sorsby situation, which kind of surprised a lot of people this week. I'm just curious to get your thoughts, maybe what you have heard from people around the industry and what they make of all of this.
Yeah, it's obviously it's all over social media, and I did hear a little bit of the back half of that last discussion you just had, and obviously it's really interesting, and it speaks to what the two of you touched on a little bit, is that there's a lot of advertising going on in some of these spaces where these athletes are at, and college is kind of it's obviously a much different ballgame than the NFL or the NBA or professional sports in general. So, it probably speaks to some more, some uptick in the responsible gaming message from a lot of people. And I don't think that falls specifically just on sports books, although obviously they're a key component here. But look, you are going to have these kind of issues. Everything is, every little individual, a team, a city, a community, you're always going to have, there's going to be microcosms in these communities. They're all going to be microcosms of society, I should say. So you're going to have these things kind of come up. I think the NBA thing, that really kind of surprised me, because that seemed kind of a little bit beyond the microcosm of society, but still, you're going to have a handful of actors who aren't acting responsibly. But when you're talking about college kids and so forth, I think it's a little bit different. I don't think that I kind of don't like to use the word kids. These are adults, but they're not quite to that. At least I sure wasn't. I needed to be 22 and graduate in 23 before I kind of got my act together. So yeah, it's a difficult situation. I do think you guys are right. I think his college career has got to be done, but and then there's obviously just the repercussions on the Texas Tech program itself. What do they have going forward here? They were obviously phenomenal last year and were expected to be really good again this year. And they're all over the NIL and pouring a ton of money into that. So, and I guess that's kind of interesting too. There's so much money around name, image, and likeness. Why do you, unless you've got that addictive personality, why are you even messing with this? You've got all these other means by which to be set very well financially, especially for college students, compared to what it was back in my day and probably back in the two of yours days, even though I think I'm lapping you guys in age a little bit. But yeah, it's a difficult situation. And again, I hope it helps to maybe get an uptick in the responsible gaming message and try to turn a negative into a positive in some way.
I think we're well within our rights to still call them kids, because the frontal lobe is still forming, right? You have until 25. So yeah, I think we're okay with that.
What about if you're 57, man? I still feel like I'm having trouble here.
Your frontal lobe still might be forming. We don't know. We don't know.
It's showing up more. Patrick, the hair goes back a little bit.
Why do you think I wear a hat every week? Patrick, let's talk some ponies. Big news this morning with the Puma getting scratched from the race, and that was a guy that I think was in many people's top 3, maybe top 4 to potentially win the thing. And so now, how does that kind of shake up how you're looking at betting the ponies this afternoon?
Well, look, I'm sticking with where I'm at, just off the some of the sage insights I've gotten from a lot of my sources in the reporting I've been doing for my for Vegas Insider for my Kentucky Derby report. So it hasn't changed it much necessarily, but it's obviously reshaped the odds. And because this is pari-mutuel, the odds completely follow the money. It's not like a bookmaker saw a sharp bet and is going to move half a point. No, this is it's an accumulation of cash that ultimately decides how the odds move up or down. And I think some of the aftermath of this has been kind of interesting because Renegade have been holding steady as the solo favorite most of the week, although albeit a very short favorite, over a handful of horses. And now, last I looked, I think Renegade has fallen back to 6. So and you've got Commandment and So Happy at 5 as the co-favorites, 5-1. And then you've got Renegade, Chief Wallaby, and Further Ado all at 6. So Renegade's fallen back a spot. And then you've got Emerging Market in there at 9. And as you guys noted, the Puma was right in there too, somewhere in that I think might have been 7-1 at one point, but at any rate, definitely less than 10-1. I think it would have been interesting if the Puma was still in the field. Would you have had 7 horses go off at 10-1 or shorter? But even as it is, and I went back and forth on this just a little bit ago with Ed DeRosa. He's a horse race betting expert. He previously worked for Twin Spires. He now works for Horse Racing Nation. And he's like, it's been, we haven't had 6 horses go off at 10-1 or shorter since 2018, but it looks like that could happen today. It's a pretty jumbled, it's pretty tight. A lot of good horses at the top. He noted the bettors are treating it like it's a top heavy race. And he agrees that that's what it is. It's a top heavy race. And it seems like a few of the experts that I've talked to this week, they might like a dark horse, a medium-ish shot or two that maybe gets in the mix, like maybe gets a place or show here and fills out an exacta or a trifecta. But they feel like the winner is going to come from one of those, top 4, 5, 6 horses, all of whom could go off at under 10-1.
We're talking to Patrick Everson, senior reporter for Vegas Insider. If there's someone watching or listening to the show, they've never bet on the Derby. What's the biggest piece of advice you would give to somebody that's new to this but wants to have some fun and wants to feel like they got a shot to maybe win some money along the way?
Right, and that's me. I'm not new to it, but I'm always just trying to have a little bit of fun with it. I've got a couple of the key players in here, but I think it was probably along the lines of some good advice I got yesterday from Christina Blacker, who's with FanDuel Racing TV. Super smart, had a great conversation with her. I understand it's BetMGM, so I apologize there, but she's on the TV side. But we had a really good conversation, and what she said is, as we get closer to race time, if you can manage to hold off, and I know the lines are going to be long if you're at like a horse race book here in Vegas trying to get a bet down. But look, there are some places that offer fixed odds, so you can do it on your phone still. But if you can get a little closer to race time, she said, take it for an exacta, which is the first 2 horses, box it so that those 2 horses can finish in any order. Take the favorite and then one other horse you like. And it could even be a horse that you think is kind of a medium, a dark horse of sorts where you think maybe that horse can get into first or second and make a little bit of noise. But she said that because in 11 of the last 14 derbies, the favorite has finished first or second. So she said, take the favorite, box it with another horse that you like that'll maybe help enhance your payout a little bit. But the favorite has done well here, and right now that favorite is no longer Renegade. So you'd be looking at either So Happy or Commandment. But again, we got almost 4 hours till post. This all changed as far as the favorite goes in the last hour. These things have been in flux all day after the withdrawal that you noted. So keep an eye on that, and maybe around 6 o'clock Eastern or so, see who's checking in at the favorite, or maybe it's a co-favorite, and write yourself up a little exacta or maybe a trifecta, but make sure you have a favorite or one of the favorites in there, because the favorites do have done historically well, 11 of the last 14 years, finishing either first or second.
And Patrick Everson, senior reporter for Vegas Insider. Patrick, I've got a two-part question for you. You know, like you just said, you know, it kind of fluctuates up until race time. Do you recommend getting in early, or do you recommend kind of maybe holding off your bet until right before the race? And then furthermore, when you're picking a pony, how much stock do you put into like previous races that the horses may have run? Because look, doing the homework and the digging that I have done into this year's Kentucky Derby, you know, I heard Commandment, you know, he's a horse that kind of shows signs of fading down the stretch in longer races, like in the Florida Derby, and the Kentucky Derby is even longer than that. So does he have the stamina to hold up? Do you look into previous races, like when going towards before placing your bets?
Yeah, and I think as I'm doing my write-ups on these, I'm looking back at like Horse Racing Nation stats on, like you said, previous races, how they ran, where they finished, etc. And it plays into it a little, but I don't pretend. I'm more of the 99%. I'm more of the Joe Public person.
Sure.
So where I'm grateful there is that somebody who's done the research like you have, or some of the people that I've talked to this week who've actually kind of dived into the stats a little bit more than I would normally do. I'm jumping in because, hey, it's Kentucky Derby. We all got to have a little on it. What else?
Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
Today
yeah,
is
we all cosplay
by the way,
as like trainers. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And as you guys already alluded to, it is an awesome sports day today, man. It is a great sports day front to back today. But, I just, I would do some, as a public bettor, you're not going to want to do a lot of reading and research and so forth, but just take a little time, listen to the two of you on your show today, discuss this, read an article or two. If you get a chance, I certainly wouldn't mind if you took a look at some of the stuff I've been writing throughout the week that's been updating all week long, talking with some of the experts, just taking a few minutes of it and then kind of decide what it means to you and make a decision. But most of all, try to have some fun with it. And as far as when to bet, if you're betting into pari-mutuel, obviously your number is not going to be, even if you buy a ticket right now at 5-1 on So Happy, it might be 7-1, or it might be, 5-2 or 4-1 or something like that when the race goes off. And that's what it will adjust to, because that's how the pari-mutuel odds work. I'm having a little more fun here in Las Vegas betting on there's a couple of different books here in town that are offering fixed odds on this. So I got in on, first off, I bet early in the week on, let me see, I got it on here. It's on Chief Wallaby at 8-1. Now at the time, in the morning line odds and the actual pari-mutuel odds, he was 12-1, might have even been 14-1. And I was like, man, that's a bummer, but I'm going to bet him at 8-1 and see what happens. And now Chief Wallaby on the pari-mutuel is, I believe, 6, part of 3 horses at 6, just behind the favorites. So I've actually got a better number than, at least for the moment. Now that, again, the pari-mutuel could change a lot. At least for the moment, I got a better number on Chief Wallaby. And also had, Emerging Market has been a horse that a lot of the experts I've talked to this week have mentioned. Johnny Avello, longtime horse race odds making expert, great, a fixture here in Las Vegas. He mentioned him. Christina Blacker mentioned Emerging Market. Jared DeRosset at Twin Spires, he mentioned Emerging Market. He also mentioned early on Chief Wallaby, which is what got me on Chief Wallaby. And I'm on Emerging Market as well, but I got Emerging Market at 12 on fixed odds, and he's now sitting at 9, I believe, in the pari-mutuel. And if he goes off at less than 10, well, then, hey, I got a little bit of value there and had some fun with it. But if it's pari-mutuel, I mean, if you just feel good about a horse, I don't know that I would wait right to the end, unless, as I alluded to a few minutes ago, you're looking at the exactas and the trifectas and so forth, and you kind of want to get a better idea of which horse is going to go off the favorite before you craft that.
We're talking to Patrick Everson here on Westwood One Sports at Patrick_Vegas on Twitter and X. All right, let's move to the NBA a little bit. We got 3 Game 7s coming up in the next 24 plus hours or so, including one tonight in Boston, where Philadelphia is forced to Game 7. There was an update I don't know, maybe an hour or two ago that Jason Tatum's dealing with some left knee tightness. Last check, it looks like at BetMGM, the Celtics are 7.5-point favorites. It was as high as 8.5. Do you have a favorite player? What do you make of what we've seen so far in this particular series, where it feels like all the pressure certainly is on Boston?
Yeah, no doubt. And I apologize. My battery light's going crazy here. I hope it's not driving you guys nuts.
You're good.
I was wondering if a fire drill was going off.
No, exactly. It's like I'm in a hotel.
Like
if I was in a hotel room and you got those little lights flashing, I can go fix that real quick if you guys want me to give me about 2 seconds. But no, it's obviously the pressure's on Boston. I hadn't looked yet. I'm going to check right now. I didn't see if the line went down further, but this was a line. 8.5 was the opener. It was 8.5 this morning. I'm looking literally at BetMGM's numbers right now. And look, Boston minus 8.5, even money. It was 8.5 early this morning before that news came out on Tatum. I think what's kind of interesting, and I think I've seen this at a couple of different books, but at BetMGM on the spread, you've got, again, as of a little bit earlier, 61% of bets, 65% of bets, I should say, 61% of money on the spread coming in on Philadelphia, which sort of shows that. And also 3-1 tickets and money on Philadelphia on the money line at BetMGM. So they're kind of, I think the public is kind of intrigued by the 76ers coming all the way back in this, getting Joel Embiid back and turning this into a series when it looked like it should have been over a couple of games ago. But Boston not able to finish it off. And I had one odds maker here in Vegas this week tell me, he's like, I don't know what it is about Boston, but they sometimes tend to check out in important home games. Well, and they did in Game 5, and now they've got a really crucially important home game in Game 7. But really interesting, and the action, at least earlier today at BetMGM, things could change as the day goes on, but there's certainly some belief that the Sixers can at least cover the number and maybe find a way to blow this series up and win outright.
Patrick Everson, absolute pro. Despite the fire alarm going off in his building right
I'm sorry
now,
about this.
Finishes the hit. No, the lightning storm that is going on outside your apartment. It's well done, Patrick. This is why everyone needs to follow at @Patrick_E_Vegas and follow his work at Vegas Insider. Last thing on the way out the door, Patrick, you're in Vegas. Your Golden Knights somehow got by the Mammoth. That was a great series.
Wow.
How are they going to fare against the Ducks? Your personal opinion.
That's a really good question. I mean, they'll be the home team, which is good. Although, as we've seen, as we always see in hockey, the home ice doesn't necessarily mean a whole heck of a lot.
It doesn't. Yes.
And Vegas won 2 games in a row in Utah while winning the last 3 games in a row overall. Totally nuts. I don't know what to make of this, but I think Vegas will find a way to get through this next series. I don't think they're going to get to the Cup final. I think the Avalanche are just too much. And being a Colorado born and bred, I'm okay with that. I like the Avalanche. I like the Knights too. I'm a big Knights fan. They have a lot of they're great for this community. I'm telling you, they're like the anti-Raiders. They win. They're competitive. They're fun. The games are awesome. I mean, somebody asked me last night, I was out to dinner, and this guy asked me, hey, what do you think about Mendoza and the Raiders? And I'm just like, I think Mendoza's great. Can the Raiders, what are the Raiders going to do to him? And as my problem on the back here shows, I don't really care as long as it's not good.
Patrick Everson does a great job with Vegas Insider. Give him a follow at @PatrickE_Vegas. Thanks so much for the insight. Best of luck with the horse racing bets today.
Yeah, to both of you as well, and I really appreciate you both having me on. Have a great day, and again, apologies for the little bit of technical difficulties here.
All good.
I didn't know, Austin, I didn't know if, he was just, and it was actually like he was in a subway, man, a tunnel or something, just passing through, something like that.
Yeah, it does.
Yes,
I was wondering that too, like if a train was going by outside the window, if that's causing that. But, I'm just glad to know he's okay. It's speaking of hockey, hockey guys, they never miss a shift, right? They could get a gash in their neck and they still make the next shift. That's Patrick Everson with his hit, no matter the distractions that are going on, he's going to give you the cutting edge lines as he does with Vegas Insider. So I love having Patrick on as we do regularly here on BetMGM Game Day.
This segment's sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, coming up next, On the sideline or in a broadcast booth, a couple quarterbacks and a former head coach in the news for both of those reasons. We'll explain what's up with that next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Thanks again to Patrick Everson hanging out with us on a Saturday afternoon here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. So there was a quarterback in the news. There was a former head coach in the news, both broadcast related. There was initially some reporting out there about Russell Wilson visiting the New York Jets, but no deal was signed. We know the Jets have Geno Smith there. They got Brady Cook, but Russell Wilson at least was, and they were at least inquiring about Russell Wilson. Then a couple days later, there was a report from, I think it was Andrew Marchand, that Russell Wilson is in talks with CBS to join their studio show, replacing the vacancy left behind Matt Ryan when Matt Ryan joined the Falcons front office. So let me ask you this. A, do you think Russell Wilson has an opportunity to play football still, or should have an opportunity? And B, do you think he'll be good broadcasting? Because I think on the broadcast end, I just think it's going to be so cheesy and over the top, and he's never going to be critical about anything. It's going to be overly positive, and I think it's going to be a tough watch.
I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, how is that any different than the analysts that we have on these pregame shows now, right? Like, I mean,
a lot of those
very
are not
rare
good.
that you ever see any of those guys. Yeah, like it's very, like it's just a giggle fest all the time. Like, guys very rarely are overly critical because they have friends and they have sources and they have buddies in the league that, you know, they want to protect. So, you know, we don't fully get a truly honest pregame show, which is why I think that Russell Wilson would fit in perfectly there. I think Russell Wilson as a rookie broadcaster would be better than Russell Wilson as a however many year vet coming back next year to play football. I think he would be a better broadcaster than he would a quarterback, which is, I mean, look, I'm not going to say definitely hang him up, but Russ, I mean, I think why not? You know, like, I don't think, what else do you have to prove? Look, Russell Wilson had a tremendous success in the NFL. It's clearly fallen off a cliff quickly, but you cannot take away what he had accomplished in his career in Seattle in the early parts. Won a Super Bowl, probably should have won another one. Not throwing that goal line pick, but you know, like that to me is like he's proven himself on the field. He's not going to do anything more on the field. He's not winning any more Super Bowls unless he's a backup somewhere. I just think, hey, why not give this studio thing a shot? And I don't think he would be terrible at it. Look, is Russell Wilson cringy at times? For sure. But I think he would fit in just fine in a studio with the folks at CBS. And I think he'd be more, I don't know, I think he'd give us at least a little bit more than what Matt Ryan did when he was on the broadcast.
Yeah, it's been, when I was a kid, I would watch those Fox or CBS NFL pregame shows an hour before kickoff. And now with social media, now obviously what you and I do for a living, like I don't learn anything on those shows. There's nothing new. So
yeah.
The best one is NFL Network when they're on for 3 hours. Although that's going to change this year now with the ESPN kind of merger. But I thought Rich Eisen and at the time Michael Irvin and everything, I thought that was the best one going. And that was, I would
Warner,
still watch that. But the ones that are an hour before kickoff on Fox and CBS, I don't find them to be all that interesting, to your point. So maybe it doesn't really matter. Maybe he'll fit right in there. I wonder if Russ was waiting or is still thinking about waiting. Is there a backup opportunity still in the league? Or does he finally realize, hey, man, I'm just a backup? Because the Giants last year, remember, it was Russ early on. He had that crazy game against the Cowboys to save his job for another week. And then he was terrible against Kansas City, and then it was Jackson Dart time. And so that Cowboys game that's his last hurrah, basically, where he was unbelievable late. I think he threw for over 400 yards, didn't he?
Yeah, no, and it was cool to see because like part of me, like, I kind of root for Russell Wilson, like, to do well, just because I think his story is cool. I think the fact that, you know, he came into the league unheralded and then really kind of earned his spot. He's an undersized quarterback, and
you think he's a Hall of Famer?
Really? Oh, good question.
I think he is. People have soured on him because of how ugly it's gotten, but let's not forget, as you described, the first, let's call it 7 years, were unbelievable. 5 years, unbelievable in Seattle.
Yeah.
You know, and the cringe part has soured some people, but that should not factor into the Hall of Fame case. I think he's a Hall of Famer. He's not going to be a first ballot or second ballot guy, but he, to me, will get into the Hall of Fame at some point and should be a Hall of Famer.
I'll say this. I think he's way more of a Hall of Famer. I agree with you. I think he should be in the Hall of Fame. He's way more of a Hall of Famer than Eli Manning is. So if Eli Manning gets in, Russell Wilson should be in. I don't know if you could put him in higher or whatever, put his bust above Eli Manning's or whatever, however you do it at the Hall of Fame. But Russell Wilson, far more of a Hall of Famer than Eli Manning.
Yeah, no, you and I are in lockstep on this. I was curious to see what you're going to say about Russ, because you say this to some people, and they're like, there's no way he's a Hall of Famer, and they're factoring in the way it's ending versus how dominant he was and what he was capable of doing. He was unbelievable in Seattle, and you're right, he should have a second ring, which would have helped his case as well, but we all know how that transpired with the decision there at the goal line. It's all-time moment for the Patriots and for Seattle for a different reason. So he might be in a broadcast booth or at least in a studio. And then you got Mike Tomlin, who we know is going to be in a studio this year. That deal is now finalized. He made his first appearance for NBC actually earlier this week. I think he's going to be sensational on that new look Football Night in America show where they announced, Dungy's out, Chris Sims is out. They're going to go on the road every week this year instead of being in studio. So my guess is it'll still be Maria Taylor, Rodney Harrison with Mike Tomlin. It feels like that's the path they're headed here.
Yeah, the timing of the Chris Sims firing was kind of weird because I think people related him getting let go from Football Night in America to the comments that he made on his show on Peacock with Mike Florio. What is it, Pro Football Talk Live? He, he obviously made some comments about the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel situation, and people thought, and then like 2 weeks later, he's let go from Football Night America. That neither of the two are related. Football Night America is going through a revamp. They're going Chip and Joanna on the entire show. They're knocking it down. They're redoing the whole thing, and they're. And Chris Sims was just a byproduct of that. It's just happenstance. I mean, obviously they're bringing in Mike Tomlin. What's his why am I blanking on his name? Tony Dungy is out. And
thank goodness
he's not going to return. And yeah, like you said, like the changes that they're making is something. So the Chris Sims is still on Pro Football Talk Live. Like if he was getting punished for what he said on Pro Football Talk Live, he would have been fired from Pro Football Talk Live.
Right.
And not Football Night in America. So the two are unrelated. But I do have to ask this, Alex. And I know the answer. But did you see the alleged playlist that Diana Rossini made for Mike Vrabel? Allegedly. Turn in the playlist.
I saw how bad it was. It's a terrible playlist. Yeah, I saw how bad the playlist was. And I saw that it was a shared playlist with Mike, and now the playlist is unavailable.
Yeah, let me take you back. As a Titans fan, I distinctly remember that 2022 season. The Titans started 7-3, and this is coming off 2 great years. The year before, they were the number 1 seed in the AFC. The year before that, they made it to the AFC title game. Like they were coming off 3 straight playoff appearances. Titans were rolling 7-3. They win a big game on a Thursday night in Green Bay. That night, their offensive coordinator gets pulled over for a DUI, and then everything just started to unravel. They lose the next 4 games, and then allegedly Diana Rossini shared a playlist with Mike Vrabel that includes not 1 but 2 Beyonce songs, House Party by Sam Hunt, Raise Your Glass by Pink, Papa Roach is on here, Guns N' Roses, God of Thunder by Kiss, and some Black Eyed Peas. The Titans went on to lose the next 3 games after this playlist came out, and now I see why. Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel, you are off the hook for that 7-game losing streak. People forget that they had a 4-game lead in that division with 7 games left to play. All they had to do was win 1 game to clinch the division and make it into the playoffs, and they lost their last 7. And 4 games into that losing streak, Diana Rossini look, and I'm not one to gatekeep, okay? I will never tell anyone that their taste in music sucks. I just like that people like music, right? I will never say that, oh, you're the band that you love sucks. But I will say that this collection of bands that Diana Rossini put together sucks. It is so bad. I understand. Like,
Austin, you know what, though?
A Titans player. What?
It looks like a playlist that 2 people put together. Is honestly what it looks like. He got to choose about 7 songs. She got to choose the rest. That's what the playlist. That's what the playlist looks like.
It does. It does, because it does take a sharp turn. You got Beyonce and is it Lotto? Big Energy. You got Tiesto and Black Eyed Peas, Pink, and then all of a sudden it takes this like rock turn. It goes Red Hot Chili Peppers to Last Resort by Papa Roach, Welcome to the Jungle, Guns N' Roses, Photograph by Def Leppard, and then it ends with Renegade by Styx, which is like the most famous song in the NFL for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then you've got Welcome to the Jungle, which is closely tied to the Cincinnati Bengals, which is the team that started this 7-game losing streak for the Titans. I just like what a terrible playlist, and just it's what is a bad look for both Diana and Mike over the last few weeks, ever since those photos leaked. This might be the worst look of all.
Okay. Yeah. It's not a great playlist. I just can't get over the fact that every week there's something new, man. Every week. And now TMZ, who reportedly did not want the photos way back when, now they got TMZ following Mike Vrabel at the airport to his car. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Look, the whole story's crazy. I don't need you when he was, I don't need you following him to his car at the airport. I mean, come on. Like,
yeah, I know, but that's just that's the sports fan in us, though. But that's the thing. This story has elevated beyond sports. Like, it is now a public interest story. And, like, people that do not care about the NFL are into this, which is why you've got TMZ tagging people you remember like when like Lindsay Lohan was going through all that drama, and you would have photogs following her on the streets of like down Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. Like, that's essentially the treatment that Vrabel's getting. He's lucky it's only one TMZ photog following him at the airport. Like, if any more stuff comes out, which I'm sure it's probably going to with this whole story, it's only going to be a matter of time before it's multiple photogs following him and Diana, if she ever leaves her house. But with a playlist like that, I could see her just laying low at home and chilling out to the great vibes of Dev featuring the Cataracts, or a House Party by Sam Hunt, Cuff It by Beyonce, or Dance the Night Away by Van Halen.
The hell of a Spotify playlist. And then I love that the minute it became public, it magically disappeared after sharing it with Mike.
Yeah.
And
right.
The internet's undefeated. They will track down everything, as we found out. Who would have thought to look at a Spotify playlist to see if she shared it with someone named Mike?
Well, and a account named Mike that before the playlist was deleted, that Mike user on Spotify changed its name to Tycar, which Mike Vrabel's 2 sons are named Tyler and Carter. So Vrabel changed his Spotify username, but changed it to, a combination of his 2 sons' names. Like, they're just not good at this. Neither Diana nor Mike are good at this, like, the PR spin on every level of this story. And it's just been a bad look after bad look after bad look.
Coming up next, we will wrap things up here on another Saturday edition of BetMGM Game Day. Some final thoughts and bets for the NBA playoffs, which will have Game 7 tonight. That's coming up right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Of course, we've got a Game 7 tonight. Just final thoughts on this one. We've talked about it throughout the show today. Sixers, Celtics, something we're going to keep an eye on leading up to tip-off tonight. Going to be Jason Tatum, knee tightness. The Celtics still are 7.5-point favorites, but as Patrick Everson told us earlier this hour, a lot of the money, a lot of the bets are coming in on the Sixers. And I told you, I think if I'm betting this game, I would take the Sixers plus the points. But I do think Boston still wins. It's in the Garden. That atmosphere, I think they'll be able to get past Philadelphia. But the fact this thing got to a Game 7 is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong, and it's definitely one that I will be keeping tuned to because it's funny. It's like all signs point to the Sixers winning this game, right? Just based off of the run that they've gone on the last two games. But then you look at just the history and just how much like the Celtics have been the big brother to the 76ers since before you and I were even born. Hell, before you and I were even a twinkle in our parents' eyes. Like, it's not like it's 1982 was the last time the Sixers have taken down the Celtics in the playoffs, which is just wild to think about it. That's Washington Generals versus Globetrotters type situation there. That makes me think, okay, well, the Celtics are going to do it again. But if you took that aspect out of it, I mean, I think you'd be hard-pressed not to go with the Sixers today. I think earlier today you said you like the Sixers to, at very least, cover, right? But you think the Celtics are going to win out?
Right,
yeah. So,
absolutely,
I mean,
yeah. That's how I see it playing out tonight. You know, I would say, you know, if we're going through the Game 7s, what game do I feel most confident in terms of betting or the team winning? It would not be this game, right? Like, I think Boston's winning, but that's not the one I'm most confident in. I think you know which one it is. We've been joking throughout the show today about the Magic and the Pistons and everything. But truly, like I feel way more confident in the Pistons wrapping up their series than I do the Celtics. And people might think that's crazy. But I really think when you blow the type of lead that the Magic blew, and now you got to go back to Detroit, Cade Cunningham, I think Detroit is going to win comfortably tomorrow afternoon. So that's the Game 7 that I feel most confident in picking the winner. If I were to go in order of confidence, I would say Detroit 1. I actually would go with Boston probably 2, and then Cleveland 3 in terms of confidence of not necessarily taking the spread and who's going to cover, but just outright win confidence.
Okay. Well, you, my friend, are a monster, and I don't like you. So I just want that to be known. Put that on the record.
Well, the good news, Austin,
because
I don't have to answer. I don't have to answer to any of this next week from you. If your Magic win, I don't have to hear any of your gloating about the Magic winning. I'm out next week. I will say I appreciate you hanging out because I'm going to be gone. And we were talking during the break. And I don't know. I'm sure there's someone watching or listening out there that can tell me how miserable I'm about to be for a week. I am having sinus surgery next week, so I'm not on the show. I have had no smell for 3 years, man, and constant sinus infections. And finally, the doc said, "Hey, look, we can keep giving you medicine, but it's time for surgery." And so I'm having sinus surgery next week.
See, this is now 2 straight weeks for me where I've had to deal with a co-host just coming using the final segment of the show to just talk about, like, just throw out the wildest claims and accusations. In fact, with the entire last segment last week when Carrington filled in for you, your colleague in Kansas City, Carrington Harrison, he comes in and he's literally, we opened up the whole last segment for him to just make wild claims that that he'll never have his feet held to the fire for because he's not going to be here this week, and he's not going to be here next week. You know, like it's like he just knew he wasn't coming back, so he was able to do that. And now you're getting a free week pass, and you think that whatever you throw out there this week, we won't remember in 2 weeks' time, which is probably true. But if it isn't, like we did make a bet earlier in the show about Magic Pistons. I am taking I'm not going to say my Magic, but they are going to be my Magic if they get out of the first round. I've said that since before the NBA playoffs have started. If the Magic win, you're going to fund half of my jersey, right? Did we come up with that?
That's
half
the deal.
Jersey.
That's the deal.
If the Pistons win, I'm just going to Venmo you about like $75 or something. Just is that what it is? Is it?
I'll even give you better odds
straight
because
up?
I'll even give you better odds because I'm taking the favorite. It's just $50 for you if the Pistons win. I'll even give you the correct odds on that.
All right, deal. All right, then I will Venmo you. And you know what? I'm gonna make it just to spite you. If I lose this bet and I have to pay you $50, I'm gonna make the Venmo payment public, which I believe you added to the list earlier on, like a few months ago. I'm gonna make it public, and I'm gonna put some ridiculous memo in there. Yeah, and it's gonna make you feel awkward in front of all your friends that follow you on Venmo. It is, and people are gonna think something is up. Real quick before we get out of here for the day, though, Alex, I did want to ask you.
Yes.
So this weekend in Seattle, the Mariners are retiring Randy Johnson's number 51.
Yeah, how cool is this?
And they're offering up a 51-inch big unit hot dog at T-Mobile Park. Any guess as to how much that would run you? The cost of a 51-inch hot dog at T-Mobile Park?
Oh, it's ballpark pricing. I mean, it's at least $30. How about that? It's at least $30. There's no way it's less than that. I don't know how high, but it's got to at least be $30 when you're talking about a ballpark price.
That is a fantastic guess, as it is $37 for the 51-inch hot dog.
Sounds about right. So you said it's
only.
I know his nickname was the Big Unit, but we're calling a hot dog a big unit. Okay.
Big unit hot dog. Yeah, no, look, it's double entendre there, right? And probably double the amount of ketchup that you would need to put on that hot dog. I'm coming from Chicago, so we don't put ketchup on our hot dog, just mustard. But if you
that's right. That's
if you
Chicago
were in
thing.
Seattle,
God forbid I put ketchup on my hot dog. Oh my gosh. That's all I put on my hot dog.
Ketchup
is
for children.
Ketchup. I like ketchup on my
No,
hot dog.
you know who eats ketchup? Yeah, you know who eats ketchup? My 4 and 2 year olds. That's who eats ketchup. Okay.
Oh, you should know by now,
really
Austin.
How it should be.
I have no shame in my picky food. I ketchup on hot dog. I still like Cheerios. All right, just give me Cheerios. Thank you very much.
Okay. You know what? Okay. Here. This is what's going down. I'm adding to the bet. If the Magic beat the Pistons, not only do you fund half my jersey, but you are also going to eat a bowl of ketchup in the first segment of your first show back after sinus surgery.
A bowl of ketchup?
You love it. You said you love it.
What else?
So
what are you adding to the table? What are you adding to the table? What else is on? There's a bet edition on mine. What's the bet edition for yours?
I'll eat a bowl of mustard.
Okay, deal. All right, add it. Locked in. Let's go. Mustard's disgusting.
I am going to be locked into this game even more. Yeah,
Absolutely.
more than I already was going to be locked in.
Let's go, Pistons.
No, Magic, baby.
I need Magic. The Pistons. This is why betting is fun, because now we are going to really, really care about this game tomorrow afternoon at Little Caesars Arena.
So locked in.
Hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. I'll talk to you guys in a couple weeks. Austin will be holding things down next week and perhaps rocking an Orlando Magic jersey as well. We'll talk to you then.